Nelson coming at you live from Seattle, Washington, bringing to you live the LJL semifinals match between Rampage and Unsold Stuff Gaming. We're going to be getting started in just a couple of minutes here, but let's take just a couple of minutes to talk about some of the teams that we have available. Let's start with Unsold Stuff Gaming. In the top lane, we do have Oppamen. In the jungle, we have Neo. Mid lane, Fate. ADC Already, and support NT. This team is currently second in the LJL standings, just right behind Detonation Focus Me, who's been a dominant team in the Japanese esports scene for the past several years and has been an absolute monster in terms of all their different games, sponsoring people from games including Smash, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and a couple of other teams as well. But they've been around for a long time. But back to Unsold Stuff, they're doing a very good job maintaining a record of 8-2 on the season, and they're going to be taking on Rampage today. Do you want to take us through that, Zenzen?
Absolutely, Joushi. In the top lane for Rampage Gaming, we have Evi. In the jungle, we have Tussle. Mid lane is Ramune, AD carry Yutori Mayasi, and support Dara. I believe he's a player actually from Korea. Is that correct?
That is correct. He has been around for a little while. He's been making quite a name for himself ever since he moved over here to Japan, being one of the more successful supports and, you know, one of the harder carry supports as well. I like to compare him to someone like Edward back when Moscow 5 was still a very strong team. Just being able
Or
to...
like a Mad Life.
Exactly. I don't know if I'd give him quite that much credit yet, but you know, he's doing his best and he should be making a good show for us today. Previously, these two teams have played each other twice before. Just like many other leagues in the LJL, they do have a double round robin between all the teams. It's just 6 teams, so it's a slightly shorter season. But in their previous records, they are 1-1 on matches. But Rampage does have the game lead, 3-2. So that's what's giving them the little bit of the lead in the standings right now. The first time they played each other was in week 4, where Rampage took a very, very quick victory over the 2 games, or should I say, very slow victory. Their 2 games were very long. The first game lasting 68 minutes.
Woo!
68 minutes, but there are only like 40. There are less than 40 kills in the game, so it was a very
Wow.
slow, very drawn-out game, and it's something that we've seen a lot of times when both teams are just afraid to engage because they both have so much gold. They're both at full build, and there's not a whole lot that they can do because if anyone is even slightly out of position, it can instantly mean the game. And that's exactly what happened at the 67-minute Baron fight when Unsold Stuff Gaming just stepped slightly out of position, ended up getting aced for 1, and that was it. The next game was a little bit faster at 43 minutes, but it did also go to Rampage.
Yeah, and it's tough always, playing in those situations, trying to keep your cool. It sounds like Unsold Stuff Gaming, maybe that's a bit of a weakness for them. Not being able to pull the trigger the moment that they need to clench out that victory. Rampage able to take that over in the last series. We'll have to see if they'll be able to do that a second time and advance into the finals.
Absolutely, and here we go. We're getting into some of the fantastic openings that all the leagues have started doing, especially after we saw it coming out from LCK, OGN in Korea, with all the crazy things that they would do as their players would walk on the stage.
Right.
Japan takes after their older esports brother quite a bit, and all the slow walks as they move forward into everything. And here we see a couple of the players coming forward. Rascal Jester was playing a couple of days, or I believe they play tomorrow for their spot in order to stay in the LGL going forward. But it should be good. While we got this thing going on, let's talk a little bit about their set that they played in Week 8. Week 8, the first game, and it was a much faster game, or series overall between the 3 different games. A 40-minute, 30-minute, 33-minute. They're still decently long games, but they're nothing like the 68-minute monster that we saw the first time.
Right. And, over the course of a long LGL split, these players will improve. They will get better. Their times will get shorter. They'll start to understand the game a little bit better. And it's always great to see, especially players in the professional scene, make that improvement, step up their game, and continue to improve over the course of an entire split.
If we just take a look, unfortunately, due to the way that streaming works, we are going to have to mute the stream, so we can't hear the beautiful voices of our Japanese co-casters at the moment. But we we did see over the course of like the last series, the number of kills that went on in the final series were relatively low. The last game ended with 12-5, with almost all of the kills being on Remind Syndra on Unsold Stuff, who is unfortunately no longer with Unsold Stuff. He has since been replaced by Fate, who will be starting for them in this series today.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Fate performs, especially in this sort of high pressure game. We've only seen him in 3 games during the LJL. And so, it looks like he likes to play sort of roaming champions. He's got this, he played Echo, he's played Talon, and he's played Aurelion Sol competitively. But outside of that, we have no idea what this guy is capable of. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing what sort of tricks he can pull out and maybe surprise Rampage.
Yeah, absolutely. And he had a very explosive game on that Aurelion Sol, ending the game with a 13-0 KDA, dying I believe only once over the course of the entire game, just managing to take control and really do what he needs to for the team. Let's talk about a couple of the other players on that team for Unsold Stuff. Probably our most standout player on the team is going to be, I believe it was the top laner. The top laner, Opperman. He's got a lot of games here on a couple of tanks, but they haven't been his most successful champions historically. Well, he's got 5 games on Maokai. He's only won 1 of them, but his Singed and his Poppy have been really taking off for him. And Singed isn't a character that we tend to see all that often, except for, of course, Looper playing it whenever he feels like it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's always exciting and interesting to see people have these we call them pocket picks. They have these champions that they are known for in the community that they can pull out at the last minute, and maybe aren't common in the metagame, but are strong enough when this player brings the champion to the table that they can really put pressure on their opponent. Mm-hmm. And Singed is one of those champions that is just so good at split pushing that if your team doesn't have a dedicated answer to the champion, sometimes entire matches just fall apart just having the champion in the game.
Absolutely, and this is interesting. They're showing information for Remind again. I wonder if they ended up bringing him back to the team after Fate's performance. Fate had a good performance. He won 2 of the 3 games he played in, but I wonder if there was a medical emergency that we hadn't heard about, and Remind is just now coming back, which is fantastic for the team. They're more used to the player. He's been playing with the team for the entire season now, plus a little bit longer. But he does have a lot of games on simply 1 champion.
Right, and so we would expect if Remind is playing in the mid lane, so that Syndra ban will likely come out at least at some point during this best of 5 series. Going into a lot of these games, you want to take preparation, you want to take stock of your opponents, see what they are comfortable on, and then try to bump them off of it as quickly as possible, and make them play the game you want to play.
And here we
so
go.
Rampage will look to do that.
We're going to get into picks and bans. Very quickly, we're seeing 2 bans coming out. The Iron ban on Rampage side and Unsold Stuff on the red team is going to be banning out that Malzahar.
Now, Joushi, do you happen to know which patch these 2 teams are playing on? Are they still on the previous patch?
I believe they're on the current patch. I believe it has gone live on the tournament realm, but it's very possible they are still playing on 7.5 previous to all the new changes that we saw. I don't believe Galio is on the patch regardless. Since he's so new, the competitive scene has had a long history of not allowing the rework champions onto the Rift, for the first couple of times, especially right before a major tournament like this during their playoffs. It would be a shame to see such an explosive champion just have such a large impact on it.
Yeah,
we're getting we do see a couple of other bans coming through. The Thresh and the Graves coming out from Rampage, and the Rumble on the side of Unsold Stuff, and the Kha'Zix is going to be the last ban. A lot of bans targeting the junglers today.
Yeah, and it's always interesting, ever since Riot Games implemented this new 2-tiered ban system, where each team gets 3 bans, and then halfway through the draft phase, they get to do an additional 2 bans. We've seen a lot of different strategies evolve for tackling the draft phase. Typically during the first phase, both teams will try to ban the champions that they think are most overpowered. And then during the second half, they'll try to pinch a single player's champion pool to try and put them on an uncomfortable champion to get an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see that the Lulu pick coming out, a very strong champion. Dara has not played that champion in this matchup before, but of course, as such a strong player, I'm sure he'll be very comfortable with it. He doesn't have a lot of games with it, but then again, Lulu hasn't been much of a power pick until the last couple of patches either.
Absolutely. And I mean, really, the big change that brought Lulu into stardom is the fact that they started, in a couple previous patches, Malzahar and Zyra were all the rage. And then most recently, those two champions got a little bit nerfed. And so the sort of AP support mage wasn't available. And Lulu happens to be this incredibly powerful Wind Speaker's Blessing champion that happens to outpoke all the other Wind Speaker's Blessing
Hmm.
uh, characters, and so you bring her into the bot lane, and she just really puts a lot of pressure on the opposing bot lane.
And this is very interesting because both these teams' mid laners are huge Syndra players. Ramune actually ends up going to be picking that up. Has a half of his games on the season played on Syndra. Overall, 9-1 on that champion with a 6.9 KDA throughout the series or throughout the entire season. He's really strong in that, but it's also something we know that Remind enjoys playing. And to see that Unsold Stuff is going to prioritize the Lee Sin and the Varus over that Syndra, which is by far Ramune's signature champion. It's very interesting to see the priority coming up. But we do lock in both our bot lanes, and the mid laner for Rampage, and the jungler, presumably, for Unsold Stuff.
Absolutely. And now going into the second ban phase, USG wants to target ban the jungler even further, going ahead and doing that Rumble or Rengar ban. They know that they've already selected Lee Sin, so they're not worried about potentially picking up another jungler. So they're going to pinch him a little bit, and they're also going to pinch the top laner out of RPG. Conversely, RPG is looking to eliminate mid lane champions so that Remind has as hard a time as possible against this Syndra.
Absolutely. And we do see, this is interesting. There are, let's count them up. There's one, two, three, four, five meta junglers banned. So we're going to see whatever Rampage thinks is the sixth most meta jungler for their team to play. Historically, for Tussle, this has been Rek'Sai. But
Yeah.
we'll have to see what they end up doing.
I could definitely see a Rek'Sai or perhaps even an Elise if they pick up a tanky top laner. Might be able to pick an Elise and go for a pick composition where you try and uh, catch somebody out with a Syndra Ball or an Elise Cocoon, and then go ahead and burst someone down really quick and generate an advantage that way.
And
And it
there you
is look
are.
like that's going to be the case.
That is the Elise, and that is a fair amount of magic damage coming out for Rampage. It'll be interesting to see what will come out as their last pick. They are lacking a little bit in physical damage. The Lulu often will, ensure the Lucian stays alive for a long period of time, but the Camille already off the table. It'll be interesting to see how they fill it out, and it looks like it is going to be a Tom Kench.
Um, okay, interesting. I can respect this. Now, I'm actually really curious. I believe this means RPG is going to move. It's either going to be that or the Tom Kench top lane, which is not something that I've seen in recent patches. I'm really curious how this is going to work out.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that Tom Kench does pretty well against. Oh,
I
the
don't know.
Katarina though.
It'll be difficult for Tom Kench to deal with that Katarina, but dealing with Nautilus won't be too bad. Tom Kench has had a love-hate relationship recently in the Japanese scene. He has been played a lot top lane, but also the supports are really big fans of him. He's received at least a little bit of play. This is not the first time that Eddie has played Tom Kench, even in this team matchup alone. But he's been played several times by NT on Unsold Stuff. He's been played a couple of times by Dara on Rampage, and so he's definitely a champion that they play, but he's essentially
Right.
one of the champions they pull out towards the end when they can't seem to find something else to play. But here we go. They're getting those high fives ready, and we're gonna be getting right here into game one. This is a best of five between these two teams, and the winner of this series is going to be playing up against Detonation Focus Me, the reigning champions of Japanese League of Legends.
Yeah, I'm super excited for that match as well. Really see the pinnacle of the season for these players. They really want to be here. They really want to make that happen.
Mm-hmm.
Whew,
Absolutely.
man.
And I know I've mentioned this several times, not necessarily to the audience, but definitely to you a couple times. Yutori Moyashi is not his name. I'm sure it has to be a reference to something, but I don't know what it is. And that would be, someone who's a good example. We were mentioning this earlier, like Benny, back when Vulcan was a team that was still around. If he just went by like George.
Right. It's so but that these players, there's a reason behind that.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it must be like
Uh,
Reginald back when Andy Reginald Din was still a player. He's like, what's the ugliest name I can think of?
oh my
Reginald.
God.
And then he became known by that for years, and he was so upset by that. But here we go, all these players coming out. Wonderful camera work coming out from the Japanese crew. But here we go, game one of the semifinal. I wonder
Yeah.
what are you expecting to see in this first game between these two teams?
Well, I think that the team in terms of composition are pretty evenly matched. I do think that USG will look more to have a straight traditional 5v5 team fight. They have a lot of good engage tools with the Lee Sin and the Nautilus, and a lot of AoE damage between Varus and Katarina,
Yeah, here
as
comes a
well
level
as
1 fight. Dar's getting caught out a little bit by Anti and Heretti. Lots of damage going. The Ignite comes through, and he's forced to flash out. He does make it out with his life, but Ignite for Flash.
yeah,
Oh, just
a
don't
little
connect
bit
with it.
weird
Yeah.
there. I actually really like so what RPG was trying to do there. They know that Zyra at level 1 likes to stand in the lane to generate plants to get a small advantage. So RPG, knowing that, they run up to the bot lane to try and harass her a little bit and poke her out. USG
Mhm.
actually uses this as a bait uh, and ends up forcing the flash on Lulu.
Yeah, that was really impressive to me. It's like, I know you know that I'm gonna do this, but I know that you know that I know we're gonna do this, and I'm gonna punish you for it. Next, we'll have to see the even stronger thing, and we're gonna see something like Rampage bringing an entire 5-man to counter gank that 3-man that they make up at the very beginning. But look at all these Thunderlords in this patch.
Yeah, right. Really, really strong Keystone. Although I do think Riot has done a better job in recent patches doing their best to balance these Keystones. Previously you used to see basically Thunderlords on every
Uh-oh.
single champion.
Aiming off him, already trading level 1. I wonder what he's going to do. He does use the tongue, gets the grasp of the Undying proc off, and does get a little bit of health back, but that's not a good trade for Evie overall. He's going to lose out a little bit off of that.
Absolutely. And Josh, I want to take a second and talk about the level 1 starts for both these junglers. This is something that we've seen happening more recently in professional play, but it doesn't really translate into solo. Because the Raptor camp spawns 2 seconds quicker, it spawns at 138 instead of 140.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Players have been starting that camp instead of starting their traditional buff, and giving themselves a little bit of an advantage. And it takes a little bit more coordination because the junglers do take additional damage,
Mm-hmm.
but it does get them to that level 3 much faster.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't even cost the mid laners. A lot of damage coming here onto Remind from Ramune. Again, once again, for a character like Syndra that you give to Ramune, it's like I said, his signature champion. He's had half of the games in the season played on that one champion. You're gonna have to be careful exactly how you play it. But looking at these teams once again, I think we're gonna see a lot of attention paid here to the bot lane. Now, normally this is because both Heretti and Yutori are some of the stronger players on these two teams, having really stand-up performances in some of their previous games. Ugh, excuse me. But also because Dar's flash is already down, I would be very unsurprised if we saw a lot of jungle attention. Here we go, Opperman gets that cone down, but he's not able to spot out Tussle. I don't believe that they know where he is, and this could potentially be very bad if they do choose to do something off of that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Neo looking to support Remind. Ramune just doing a really good job of punishing Remind every single time that he goes in CS. As soon as he's used his dash, Ramune just charges forward with the stun
Mm-hmm.
to really try and put some pressure down
Yeah,
and will
absolutely.
force an early back.
And taking a look at the bot lane, we do see an interesting adaptation over the past couple of patches where a lot of ADCs have been opting to go for the longsword triple potion for the extra sustain that it provides in the early game. And we did see some of these ADCs taken very low already. Earlier was at only a third health after taking a lot of poke from Yutori and Dara. But now he's all the way back up to full health. And here comes Tussle, trying to get a little bit of advantage for his team. He's going to be spotted up at that ward. I don't expect anything further to come from this. But that is information for Unsold stuff if they do choose to make a play elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, unfortunately for Neo, that information isn't going to help him out too much since all of Rampage's jungle has already been cleared, so he's not going to have an opportunity to counter jungle, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tahm Kench is a difficult champion to gank. It does look like they might be trying to go for something a little bit cheeky since they saw Elise on the bottom side. Just getting a lot of warding down, hopefully catch him out a little bit later. But that is, we said there wasn't a whole lot of advantage, but getting those wards down right now with the pink right there next to the mid lane outer turret could manifest into a much larger advantage later on.
Absolutely. And it's always great to put in really deep wards. The sooner that you can see your opponent coming in a direction, the better off you're going to be when a gank happens. Mm-hmm. And so I really like that adaptation. Even just knowing that Elise is on the bottom side of the map allows you to make that play, right? You know that you're not going to get surprised in the jungle.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And, going back a little bit, we just saw Evie in the top lane playing that Tahm Kench. I'm just sad that we're not seeing the sushi chef Tahm Kench. This is LJL right? After all.
Classic mistake.
Neo and Touch are going to find each other in the blue team jungle. There is Anti there to support, but looks like they're just going to get out. Not looking for anything too big at this point, but look at the CS lead that Tussle has built for himself over Neo already.
Right. Part of that is, I believe Tussle did manage to do a second Raptor camp because Elise has a little bit of an easier time with the AoE damage early on, as opposed to Lee Sin. He has been able to get that advantage. Neo has also been moving a little bit less efficiently in the jungle, trying to find ganks like what he's doing right here.
Absolutely.
Going to sneak his way up.
This will be difficult. They potentially wasted their prime opportunity now that Dara does have his flash back up. All the summoners are up in the game right now. And without quite knowing, they are going to spot out Tussle in just a moment. They see him right now, but that is potentially an opportunity wasted.
Right, absolutely. USG Neo just going to go ahead and take the Scuttle Crab. Again, sit here in the middle. Not quite level 6. Tussle has hit that level 6 benchmark. Lee Sin would really like to get access to that Dragon's Rage before he makes a gank.
Coming in from behind. Lee Sin is there. There's good damage going on to Remind, but it's not going to transition into anything right now. Without knowing where the enemy top laner is or the enemy jungler, it's a little bit difficult to really push that advantage that you got in the mid lane. And we're going to start seeing a lot more movement around. And even there, they know Tussle throwing that stun into the bush completely blind. They know they don't know where the other members are. They could be anywhere. And as we saw from a fantastic flash a couple weeks, I believe it was a week ago, from Elise, they have to be very careful because they don't have a defensive gap closer.
Oh, but here comes Tussle. He walked through a pink ward. There's the pings away. Will they get out? It looks like it. She's just going to be happy to pick up that pink ward and move on out of there.
Yeah, and we're seeing a back cycle come up. Evie's starting to get the better of this lane right now, getting a lot of damage. The Grey Health will heal up if he's allowed to do it. And yeah, he's very smart, not popping the Grey Health to use for the shield. He'll be able to pick up most of this CS pretty smoothly. And we are starting to see CS leads, however small they are, starting to come out for Rampage in all of the lanes right now. Neo has caught up. It's only a 5 CS deficit right now as he spent a lot more time farming. And exactly like you were saying, Neo was looking for ganks earlier in the game. Now is Tussle starting to do it. But this could be very dangerous as your mind is starting to move towards the bottom lane. Yuturi is going to go aggressive. Koling's coming out. A lot of damage onto Heretti. He already used his flash. He misses the ultimate. He is caught up, but the Lulu ultimate wild growth is coming in. Anti is in very big danger. One more shot, and that is going to be a double kill going over to Dara. Opperman is caught out. He used his teleport. He already uses a flash, but there's not enough damage left. They're not going to be able to take him out.
Yeah, Remind just sort of caught, unfortunately, too far behind enemy line. Move quickly enough to join the fight, and fantastic aggression from Yutori, Masai, Moyasti, and Dara. just really abusing the level 6 power spike. They got up there just a second too early. Entry did not have access to his key ultimate to disengage.
Mm-hmm.
Just really smart play.
Absolutely. It's a little bit unfortunate that the 2 kills will go over to the Lulu here, but as far as supports go, Dara is a good one to have, and we're going to get a replay of this right here. The Culling gets a lot of damage, and he's not able to actually escape from any of it with that flash, and being able to flash over by Utori of that ultimate is going to save a lot of lives. Opperman goes for the flash, but he does miss it. It looks like he ends up hitting a minion with the Dredge as he goes in, but they could pay for it with this Infernal Dragon.
Right. Now, knowing that blue team had to go back and spend their well-earned gold, they're going to look to sneak this. But oh no, they got the vision. Will they be able to get there in time? It doesn't look like it. Neo secures an easy Infernal Dragon.
Absolutely, and Infernal Dragons are very powerful. I'm sure everybody knows, the different dragons. All the dragons are very useful, especially at this level of play. But Infernal Dragon, everybody can see just how powerful it is. Oh man, I was really hoping the plant from NT would steal that. That would have been fantastic. But here we go. Dara opting to pick up the Ionian boots really early in this game.
Yeah, I like that choice. Being able to move a little bit quicker shots out of Heretti and NT. Get more glitter lances and more polymorphs off in that lane. Try and snowball their lead. And now it looks like blue team head and take over this bot lane with a 4-man, threatening a 4-man dive. Don't actually need to do the dive to secure this turret.
Yeah, absolutely. So many people down here. Neo, now that they see Syndra in the mid lane, are able to move up a little bit and secure some more of this CS. With your mind heading down, this could be a big turn with so many summoners down in the bot lane. Actually, all of them. It could be very explosive very quickly if anyone steps even slightly out of position. But remind here, slightly out of position as well, getting the pink wards down. But that could be very explosive between Syndra and Katarina. Someone's going to die very quickly.
Absolutely. And I want to take a moment to talk about how intelligently Rampage has had set up this play. They didn't quite finish off the turret, but they were able to make that play because if you look at USG's jungle, it's all warded up. Rampage had 3 pink wards placed between the jungle and mid lane, so that Remind could not possibly get in there without being seen.
Absolutely.
Really smart stuff to just know where the champions are and punish them accordingly.
It is, and this is going to be big. Tussle is still here. He's been here for the past several minutes, mostly soaking experience. Ooh, all those eggs are going to slow things down, but here comes Evie's teleport from behind. He did get the cancel earlier, so he's going to be able to get something. He starts getting the tongue onto Heretti. One more, he's going to be able to gobble him up. NT already goes down, and here comes Heretti.
No flash.
Yeah, delivered directly into the enemy team. Remine's looking to pick up some exit frags, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do it. With Neo there as well, this could be a big trade.
Yeah, those two can't approach from that angle. It's too dangerous. And actually, because Neo and Remind are sort of zoned off of this area, Utori and Muyasi will be able to get a few additional attacks on the second tier turret.
Yeah, absolutely. With the first turret gold going over to Rampage, they're probably going to trade it back to the top lane. We're going to see Evie try and do it. Not even half of the turret gone down. Here comes Evie trying to get a little bit. He gets some damage down onto Opperman. He's going to have to eat him up in just a moment, get the percentage health down. He doesn't do that. He's just going to keep going with the stun and all these different auto attacks. He's going to slowly grind it out, and with the gray health not even doing anything, this is a fight I like to see. They're just going to sit there a long time. Opperman does have his ultimate available, and there he goes. Waits for the gray health to go down. He's going to turn it around. Devour is going to go for Evie. I don't think Evie has the damage, and there we go. Oh, no.
Has to flash away. Oh, but he dodges with the minion.
That's the second time Opperman has done that by hitting a minion with a dredge line and missing a potential kill because of it. He doesn't lose his flash this time, but that was a long fight. And especially now that Evie has a little bit more items, picking up that Bomby Cinder, he's going to be able to win those trades next time. He's down a little bit of CS, but with a kill up, it's not even going to be close in terms of the amount of damage these two top laners do.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting too because Evie, I feel that he went going into that fight. Both champions, Nautilus and Tom Kench, were really well matched for one another. They were doing just about the same amount of damage to one another. But what really turned the fight was the fact that in order for Evie to really damage Opperman, he had to walk into a full minion line, and those minions had been hitting him for the entirety of that fight. And even though minions don't normally do a ton of damage, even just 25, 50 damage every auto attack, if you're sitting there for 20 seconds, that can be really significant and change the fight this low and early in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. As we start to get to level 10, they are starting to get much tankier, so we're likely to see much less of that. But here we go. Tussle does get a little bit of damage down onto Remind and Neo in the mid lane, and with nothing holding them down there, Dara and Yutori are going to be able to move up. With the next dragon spawning in a minute 20, I believe that is another Infernal Dragon that's going to be coming up pretty soon. This could be very good if RPG is able to do something about it. Uh-oh.
Oh, Neo has to be careful.
But with so many members, there's 5 members of Rampage are coming here into the mid lane, and it doesn't look like there's going to be much contest right here. But Oppaman has something to say about that. He's going to come around the back. Neo goes for something cool, doesn't quite get it, and he's going to take a calling to the face as Yutori moves forward. Evie is trying to find Oppaman a little bit on the side. He does find him, but he's found an entire team behind him. All the damage is coming in. The wild growth comes out. Remind is caught up with no zonies left. He's going to be taken down very quickly. Dara is also low. Evie and Dara, slivers of health, just barely able to back out of that fight. After so much going on, the stun comes back from Ramune. Just get off of me as they're starting to move around. But a one-team fight for Unsold Stuff with such a large deficit right now could be very big, with the dragon spawning in 20 seconds and the mid lane virtually uncontested.
Yeah, I want to give huge props to USG Enti. Really won the fight by himself, just a single Zyra ultimate. We saw him knock out 3 members of Rampage, totally disengaging and preventing them from making anything happen.
Absolutely, and we might see round 2 here just without ultimates. Yutori is getting a lot of damage onto that mid lane. This could be really big with the dragon already alive. It is another Infernal. There's so many members here, but Evie has had the chance to go back to base and heal back up. Dara, unfortunately, has not, and with so few ultimates available, this could be a huge deal. They do get a pick onto Tussle. Lots of damage going down. The depth charge goes down onto Ramune. He's taken low, and Tussle is going to be gone. This should be an uncontested dragon. Remind's going down with the blade of... I don't even remember what Katarina's ultimate's called, but he gets a little bit down a bit onto Ramune, and they are going to be able to take the dragon, but they might end up trading it for this mid lane turret if they don't roam correctly. There goes Ramune, caught up by the dredge line, stunned up. That is going to be a kill going over to Enti. Now it's Evie's turn. He's going to have to run away from the rest of the team. Remind is jumping forward to him. Not a lot of damage going down onto Tom. He's still got the gray health available. That is 2 kills going over to Unsold Stuff and a second Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, Rampage just being a little bit greedy there. They really didn't want to give up their advantage, but as soon as Tussle is out of the fight, there's no way that you can contest that dragon. There's no way that you can continue to contest it. And they do end up sacrificing Ramune, paying for that little bit of overstep.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that you just kind of have to think about. It's like, you don't have to do it now. You sure can get the gold from the turret, but the turret's going to be there when you come back next time to Siege, and if you're giving up gold, they still have a small gold advantage, but the 2 Infernal Dragons are definitely starting to even that out, and you can't continue to give up those objectives like that.
Absolutely. And I want to talk a little bit about the changes in AD carries recently, because Heredia is doing something a little bit interesting. Prior to this current patch, lethality was a very strong stat to have, and so we saw a lot of poke champions with a ton of lethality coming out from the bottom lane. Varus specifically was really well known for just insta-giving people. However, on this current patch, with lethality being nerfed, he has instead opted to go for that Blade of the Ruin King tank buster build, which I think is a strong choice against the likes of Evie's Tahm Kench.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see just the difference right here in the items that they already have. The Blade of the Ruin King into the Black Cleaver on Lucian has been very common, both in the competitive scene and in solo queue recently. And he's already got the Phage. So he's a full half item up on Heredia right now, simply from the assist he's gotten and the 50 CS lead he's already built up for himself. And that could potentially be the story of this entire series, as Yutori Moyashi is by far one of the strongest ADCs we see in the Japanese scene, and able to just keep all those CS for himself, be very safe with his life. In fact, he had in the past 2 sets that these guys have played each other, he's died only 5 times.
Wow.
Over 5 games. And, if he can continue keeping that up, just having a massive CS lead, a massive lead in gold over his opposing ADC, people joke about ADCs in 2017, but when you're super far ahead, hey, any champion can kill you, right?
Absolutely. And we see USG looking to get some key wards down in the jungle. However, without solid vision on all 5 members of Rampage, decide against it. Just happy to push Tussle a little bit further out of the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see that turret is still standing on Unsold Stuff Gaming's team, so they're gonna have to, Rampage is gonna have to put a little bit more effort into taking that down, and we're starting to see the laners move around. Now, this is quite common. We often see in the competitive level, as soon as turrets start to go down, you move into the mid game. You don't stop laning, you just change where your laners go.
You're completely right. Blue Team Rampage wants to move Lucian into the lanes that have the easiest turrets to take. So that's going to be, they just picked up the one in mid lane. Next, they're going to want to move him to the top lane. AD carries are primarily in the team composition. Get that easy damage onto turrets. You don't have to stand in melee range to do significant damage. And so that's likely the objective that they're going to look for next. They may instead try to win a fight in mid lane and then take the mid turret. But it's going to be one of those two.
Potentially, yeah. And we do see, I think Unsold Stuff is thinking on similar lines to we are. You're going to start wanting to move your AD carry to wherever the existing outer turrets are. And, if Utori does the same thing that he's been doing, moves up to the top lane to take that turret, they already have a lot of members moving onto that side, a lot of wards popping up. Ramune is standing on one, and they will know about that ward, but check out what Remind's been doing. He's been sitting in this bush for at least a full minute at this point, waiting for someone to come up, and Ramune senses something weird is going on here. He doesn't see
Ramane's
him.
spidey senses are tingling.
But he's not even the elite. But here comes Evie on the backside of many of the teams. They try and get the stun onto Heretti, but he does flash out of it. A lot of damage coming out from the culling, but this fight's not over yet, as Evie's going to try and find some damage onto Neil and NT, but he's not able to find it. But they do manage to pick up the flash and the heal off of Heretti's Varus. That could potentially be the game changer if they do start to look for a fight. Now that Baron is on the table, we are going to start seeing a lot more movement in that general direction. That top turrets are probably not going to be around for a whole lot longer. But that is a large... Uh-oh. Tussle's getting caught up by Remind. He does manage to get the Blade Storm coming out. But here comes the teleport from Evie. Neo's in the wrong spot, but that is canceled. It is canceled.
Yeah. Really interesting. Evie would rather put the split pressure on the bot lane turret. Just wanted to ensure that gank was not going to continue. Very quick and easy decision from him. However, that does mean that Oppamen will have an advantage if they continue a split push style game. Oppamen will be able to join fights quicker than Evie will.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure that that's exactly what we're going to see, because let's just take another look at the champions that we do have available on Rampage's side. You have Tahm Kench with his Devourer. You have Tussle with that ranged stun. Ramune Syndra with a ranged stun. A lot of damage coming out from Utormiyashi's Lucian. And Lulu also just sitting around there. They have a lot of pick potential. But if we take a look at Unsold Stuff side, we see Varus, we see Katarina, we see Nautilus and Zyra. The only champion that could even be called a weak team fighter on Unsold Stuff is Lee Sin. So they're going to be looking to force objectives a little bit more, whereas Rampage is much more likely to ward up the jungles as much as possible and try and find man advantages wherever they can. But here we go. The Mountain Drake is available right now, and Rampage is the first team to start getting to that, and that'll be quick. That's going to be really big as they're able to move around a little bit faster. We've seen them a little bit faster on all the rotations, and if they can just get chip damage on all those turrets as they start moving around, that adds up very quickly.
Yeah, and it's really important too. Rampage has made fantastic use of this Lulu, being able to use Whimsy to sort of escort Yutori Mayasi around the map. Even only getting 1 or 2 or even 3 auto attacks with a shield on a turret at a time really starts to add up, and you're starting to see that as they continue to pressure the map just slightly ahead of USG.
Absolutely, and we do see, take a look at the inventories of all these players right now. Currently, 7 of the players have pink wards in their inventories, and 2 of them have multiple. Keep that in mind, teammates of mine in solo queue. Pink wards win games.
Absolutely. USG, they really would like to catch Rampage in transit, and so they're looking to deny as much vision as possible. If they can uh, catch a single member of Rampage, or even just the entirety of Rampage, right, with taking a full 5-on-5 fight. But they need to start something, or else they're going to be sort of torn apart by Rampage's excellent split pressure game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit difficult for them to even siege up some of these things. The Mountain Drake's not a huge shield, but here comes Evie again, trying to catch out Neo. Tussle and Evie are in the middle of the enemy team. They're going to get caught up with the Blade Flurry. Evie's going to have to pop that Gray health in just a moment. Takes a lot of damage with Wild Growth comes out. He's going to be kept alive for just a little bit longer. He's not got a whole lot of health left. Neo gets taken down as Unleashed Power comes out, but the Guardian Angel is going to keep him alive to fight another day. Tussle is in the air, and that might be all she wrote. The only things that happened, Evie almost got taken down and lost his Flash, and Neo lost his Guardian Angel, but they're going to start backing away. There's no real objectives for either team to take. Rampage is pinging towards the top side. This could be big. NT's going to run into Tussle in just a moment. Saves the pink ward.
Yeah.
Now.
And we saw Evie there, maybe a little bit aggressive.
Gets out.
We'll have to burn the Flash. Maybe a little bit too aggressive with the Abyssal Voyage. The anchor does not connect from Opperman, so both teams will go ahead and back off. I'd like to note that he did use that Abyssal Voyage without vision of the bush that he was running into, which is very unfortunate because he found not 3 members of USG, but all 5 trying to slap him down.
He did indeed, and Gray Health, Tom Kench is well known for being, a very, very tanky son of a Bayou man, but he's not going to survive that for a whole long. He does manage to save a lot of damage on his teammate Tussle. But, we saw the Rampage pinging up towards the top lane a little bit after that fight, and they got out of position, and it does end up costing them their mid lane turret. They were just trying to pick up one for themselves, but end up losing one in return. And this next fight could be a little bit hardy, especially now that Ramines does not have that flash on his Syndra. Not a particularly mobile champion.
Rampage going to go ahead and roam up to the mid lane. It doesn't look like USG is interested in defending this turret. Instead, they will likely try to push the mid lane to see if they can get an answer. Remine's still sitting up there, might be able to catch out Yutori Miyasi if he overstays, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
Yeah, absolutely not. And it's interesting to me that, Rampage is just a little bit ahead of the curve right now when it comes to moving around and taking objectives. We saw it towards the beginning when they got a lot of damage on that bot lane secondary turret. They got that top lane turret more or less for free after trying to go at it in the mid lane when they lost their own turret. And now they're able to just kind of move around. They have, everybody has a time around dragon. That's not something everybody used to have. What a change, right? But
yeah,
they're starting to move around. They're starting to get vision, in comparable ways to their opponents. And one of the really easy ways to tell how the players think the game is going is to see where the vision is. And right now, Rampage has vision in Unsold Stuff Gaming side, but Unsold Stuff does not have vision in Rampage's side. So that means that whether or not they are, and I believe they are, they think they're behind.
I completely agree with you. And that has manifested itself on Rampage. They are doing their best to extend the lead. However, this is where things get a little bit tricky for them. With all of the outer turrets from USG taken out, Rampage has to be really careful about how they maneuver. If they overcommit to one side, a quick and early team fight with 2 Infernal Drakes, USG might be able to take one and sort of flip this game on its head.
Absolutely, and they're starting to clear vision a little in that side, and they are going to start it right now with Opperman down in the bottom side. They are seeing the pings coming out from USG towards it. They do see that ward go down, but it's already at half with that Mountain Dragon. They're going to be able to burn it down very quickly. We're going to have to see the teleport come out from Opperman in just a minute. They're going for the steal of 50-50. Does go over to Rampage, and they do pay for it with Neo's life, and that could be really big. This might be exactly what they needed to move forward.
Yeah, Rampage playing really decisively. We talked about how in the previous series between these players went into, pretty long series, but really just showcasing how they've grown over the course of the LJL, just able to pick up that Baron really quickly and now sieging into the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. They're moving in 5v4. Neo's GA isn't up when he'll come back up, and they're trying to get a little bit onto Apperman, which is an interesting choice, but with so many people coming up under the next dragon available in about 10 seconds, they are going to have to move towards that. They are going to be faster. NT Not getting a lot of damage down. But he is starting to build towards that Leandra's Torment. Unfortunately, we have been seeing a lot of damage supports, and it's another Infernal Drake.
Yeah, so uh, that will be a good sign for RP. They now know that there are no more. There's only 3 dragons of any one type will spawn throughout the game.
Mm-hmm.
They're happy to sort of even up that damage increase, and happy that USG isn't going to find a third one
And look at this.
later
Evie's
on.
going to go in 1v5. He's going to get taken down, kicked back into the team with the Dragon's Rage, and the Grey Health isn't going to be enough to save him. He has to flash out. The depth charge is going to pick him up. Tussle is finding a return kill onto Opperman, but that was disastrous for both of those players. Both the top laners end up going down for both Rampage and Unsold Stuff. But here goes Yutori trying to get a little bit. He just needs to get a little bit of damage onto NT. Flashes forward, gets a Black Cleaver stacks on a couple of members, but it's not going to be enough. But the turnaround is real.
Yeah, and so bold from Yutori Miyasi, just charging forward without a front line. Guy
Absolutely.
is super confident in his team, knows that he's got the support of Dara with the wild growth in his back pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Rampage looking to siege the bottom lane. Don't really have the minions for it yet, though. They have to wait.
Yeah, absolutely. And Unsold Stuff knows that. It doesn't look like they're going to be doing anything right now. They're going back to base, potentially sacrificing this turret. Evie's going to pick up some nice farm for himself up in the top lane. And this gold lead is just starting to grow for Rampage. They're currently sitting on a 7,000 gold lead at, about the 31-minute mark.
Happy to go ahead and go back and spend that money. Tussle does pick up a Guardian Angel. One thing that I'd like to talk about Rampage's composition that we've seen happen time and time again, even though USG is the stronger team fighting comp, it's actually incredibly difficult to kill a single member of RPG. They just have very strong tools for keeping themselves alive. Evie and Tussle have abilities that either make them invulnerable or even like double their HP bars. On top of that, you have Dara supporting with a Redemption, a Locket, and a Wild Growth ultimate. So just a lot of HP. And even though USG should be winning these fights, they aren't winning it by enough to turn the tide.
Yeah, absolutely. And with only 6 kills to 3, there's not a whole lot going that way, but it's still manifesting as a large item lead for Rampage. We take a look at it right now. Their top laner, their jungler, their mid laner. Actually, no, I lied. Not their mid laner, but their ADC and their support are all a full item ahead of their counterparts right now. And that's really starting to manifest it. USG feels like they're in a spot where they can't really do a whole lot. And now with the teleport up for Evie, but not yet for Opperman, they're going to start moving towards this top lane in order to get things. Now, this could be very dangerous. They do have all 5 members of Unsold Stuff coming in here in the jungle. They're going to be able to fight it
Oh,
out.
man.
Here comes Opperman, gets the dredge line down onto Yutori. Not going to be enough. Remind is stunned up very quickly. The Dragon's Rage going to kick him back right into the enemy team. Is going to be taken down very quickly. No, I lied. He's still alive, eaten up by that Evie. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Yutori cannot die. He's been living for so long. So much damage taken down by that Evie. They're keeping their ADC alive so well. And this is that trust you were talking about earlier. Flashing forward. Who needs flash when you have a Tom Kench on your team?
Right. Between all the shields and heals RPG can give Yutori, really allowing him to shine. And now that advantage is going to melt this turret. That should be an easy inhibitor for Rampage.
Absolutely. There's no way that Unsold Stuff can contest this. And with the first inhibitor going down at 33 minutes, that's going to give them a lot of opportunity to start moving around the map, start taking everything they were doing before. They're low now, but they're going to have to back. We're going to see this coming in again. Let's walk through this.
Yeah.
Opperman goes
So
through.
here we see.
Yeah, Opperman goes through, gets a depth charge on Yutori. He's kicked back. He's dredge lined in. Reminding gets some good damage on, but Evie just comes in, noms his teammate, and gets out scot-free. Enti's already gone down somewhere off on the side. I believe he was taken down by Syndra, but you can't kill. You can't kill Yutori, man. 5
Yeah.
deaths over 6 games now. It's not over, but still, if he just gets 1 death this game and averages 1 death over all 6 games, that's a stat that's hard to beat.
Yeah. And we saw Ramune, not afraid to pull the At this point in the game, Rampage is playing these team fights very smart. All they need to do in order to be successful is create a 5v4 situation and keep Yutori Miyase alive so they can continue to split push afterwards. And that's exactly what they've been doing in the last 3 fights. Ramune feels okay using the Syndra ultimate on a support because as long as they have a numbers advantage, it doesn't really matter at this point.
Absolutely. And here we go. They are going to start sieging up this bottom turret. Evie's taking a lot of damage. All that gray health. He's going to get the wild growth and pop his own giant shield. He's going to be able to walk out all right for now, but that could put a dampener on this push right here with your main tank is at half-life. When teleport not up for quite a while, he's going to have to sit around and just wait for a little bit. We might see the redemption coming out pretty soon in order to keep him at full life.
Yeah, it's tough. He does have that Abyssal Voyage, so he could to. However, with Dragon up in 18 seconds, Rampage is going to look to secure that objective. USG is in a tricky position because they just don't have the wards necessarily to contest these objectives anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Good damage going down on Tussle. Good third of his life taken down, but it is an Elder Dragon available now, and Baron is coming back up, so the 2 win conditions that Riot has built into the game are just available right now. And with Alphaman going back, he has to deal with that Super Minion wave back in their own base. It looks like Rampage is going to start this, and here comes the rest of Unsold stuff, but around the side, it looks like they're going to be going for a steal. This is not the positioning they want for a full-on fight. Neo's going to have to jump over. They do have access to Blast Cone. Teleport comes in from Opperman. They're going to start coming over the wall. Evie hasn't taken a lot of damage, but Neo's on the Baron right now. Cullen coming out from Utoria on the opposite side, but Baron's going very low. 1,300 health, 1,500 health. It's going to go down, and it is picked up by Tussle, and there's so many members here in the fight for Unsold stuff. They're not going to be able to get out, but they both flash over. Tussle's going to try and follow them. Gets a lot of damage down, going to get stunned up, but Utori on the backside, getting 1, getting 2. That's 2 kills. This could be a triple kill, and that is a triple kill coming out. That could be the quadra kill. There's only NT left. And here comes the Phage coming out from Utori. Gonna get a lot of damage. He's gonna chase NT around. Oh, no, he's not. But they are gonna take Evie and Tussle into the back line. And Unsold stuff are going to lose game 1. Rampage does manage to pick up game 1 in this best of 5 series, 11-3. Utori Mayashi has not died this game, so 5 deaths over 6 games as they move into game 2. We're going to have to see what Unsold stuff can do to bring it back.
Yeah,
go up 1-0.
I can't talk enough about Rampage's decisive decision making, knowing that they're ahead and they're willing to go ahead and stretch this advantage, able to take the Baron fight. Even knowing that Neo is sitting around waiting for a steal, USG looked a little bit hesitant this game. You know, they didn't pull the trigger quickly enough. They had all these playmaking champions in Nautilus and Lee Sin and Katarina, but weren't able to find the fights that they needed to secure a victory here. And Rampage has to be feeling pretty good, being up 1-0 and 1 game closer to the finals.
Absolutely. And I just, and I don't want to really put it on to any one player, but it feels hard for me to not, say that Opperman had a couple things that he just really needed to do. There was the very first teleport fight down at the bottom where he teleported in, had to flash out, tried to get some stuns up onto Utori down there as he goes in with the Dreadline, but he ends up hitting a minion with it. That's not going to do you any good. In the fight where he had with Evie in the top lane where they were 1v1ing over long periods of time, misses the Dreadline again. And it's just not, that's just not going to cut it at this level of play when you're trying to become the champions for your region. You have to be able to make those small micro plays in order to get your team ahead, and that really came back to bite them.
Yeah. Both these players, again, playing to make it to the #1 match on Friday. The winner of this team does play the reigning champions, so they're really looking forward to that that potential to unseat.
Detonation as they move forward, and it is, it was a very good game, like you said. Rampage looked very decisive throughout the entire game so far, just getting, those minor advantages very quickly, going for things, able to rotate. And I just can't talk enough about how strong of an ADC relative to the region Utori is here in Japan. He had ended that game 4-0-5 on the Lucian, flashing forward several times into the enemy team, a little bit like something you might expect from some of the well-known ADCs like Double Lift here in the United States, just flashing forward, super confident in his own abilities, super confident in his team's ability to back him up, and Rampage is happy to do that. We saw that Dara getting all those shields, Evie coming in, saving him. Like after he's kicked in, depth charged, and blade flurried, he just walks out fine because his team knows how strong he is, how strong of a player, how strong of a champion he had, and just power through everything
Yeah.
else.
And the more I think on it, I really appreciate Rad's choice to last pick Tom Kench. We saw that champion being incredibly effective. Uh, even though there were a couple ultimates, a couple of Abyssal Voyages that Evan taken, where he took a ton of damage before his teammates really arrived to help him assist the fight. They made a composition that initially looked like maybe a standard sort of team fighting pick composition into a protect the Lucian comp, right?
Absolutely.
With just that singular pick, they gave Yutori Mayase so much freedom to really manipulate the game, and he pulled it through.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think we're going to take a couple of minutes break right now. As you see up on your screen, we got about 6 minutes until our next game starts. But for anybody who's watching us, it's a pleasure to have you. This is Joshua Joshi Howard,
And Zane Zenzen Nelson.
and we'll see you in a couple minutes. Welcome back, everyone. This is once again Josh with Joushi Howard and Zenzen and Nelson as we're going to get into Game 2 between Rampage Gaming and Unsold Stuff Gaming. Rampage had a very dominant Game 1. Why don't you take us through it?
Yeah, Rampage drafted a really strong pick composition. Definitely their key members were Ramune on his classic Syndra, and Tussle playing Elise for the first time in the LJL to great success. Um, Together with Evi's Tom Kench, they were able to protect Yutori Miyasi's Lucian, who went absolutely off that game, and was able to secure an easy victory.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw very big plays coming out at the very beginning from Unsold Stuff, with the level 1 cheese, the 3v2, as Rampage started to move in to try and destroy some of Unsold Stuff's plants. But they get Dar's flash, but weren't able to return to that lane and do anything with it. And the decisiveness of Rampage was able to carry them through the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I really like talking about how these players have improved over the series of the LJL. This is a relatively new League of Legends scene. They don't have the breadth of talent maybe the other regions have just by sheer number of players. But Rampage has really stepped it up, shortened their game times, and smartened up their picks.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're starting to see, a lot of attention already being paid to Rampage's Dara, who had a very good game on the Lulu in the last in the last game that they played, doing a lot of work with that, keeping Utoria alive, keeping the rest of the members alive, and just getting a lot of damage and utility and extra health and shields coming through for the rest of his team, and already both the Lulu and the Malzahar banned away from him.
Yeah, and I actually really think this is interesting because USG is on blue side, will have access to that first pick, but rather than leave Lulu available for themselves to pick, NT doesn't want to take that option. So he goes ahead and bans it away from his opponent, Dara. I find that interesting. We'll have to see if that works out for them. They do have several strong picks available to them for this first pick. I'm curious what they opt to do. Do they want to grab maybe a strong top laner, split pusher?
Looks like they are going to pick up that Tom Kench, and that's something we've seen both Oppaman and Inti play before. It's a very strong champion. We saw how effective it was at keeping your ADC alive, but also just being a reasonably strong duelist just on his own as he moves around just fighting with all the other members. Interestingly, we also saw Rampage ban out Syndra here. Ramune is not going to be able to take it, but they fear Remind Syndra. It's a very strong champion in basically anyone's hands, and they are going to grab up the Lucian and the Elise for themselves, and we saw just how effective Rampage's ADC can be on that champion, just rampaging through the other team.
Yeah, and you can see sort of the priorities for both teams sort of take flight in this first half of the draft phase. Rampage sticking with the strategy that works, right? Why change what worked for them? They do ban the Syndra because they don't have the option to pick it in this game, so they feel comfortable switching that champion up, but are going to go ahead and pick up Lucian and Elise. USG on the other side want to prevent what happened last game from happening, so they first pick Tom Kench, who can also be a flex pick, but just make sure that Yutori Miyasi is actually touchable this.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see Neo going for that Lee Sin again. While he has played that game several times in the games that they've played previously, I believe he won both times that they did have that champion. Oh no, I just lied. It's just the one time. He does have, a decent win rate with it, but I have to say I wasn't that impressed with his play on Lee Sin last game, and I really hope that he's able to bring something a little bit more successful this time around. We do see Ramune picking up that Nautilus that could, once again, that's also a flex pick. Both Tom Kench and Nautilus can be played either in the top lane or as a support.
Yeah, and it looks like, talking about that, Rampage ends up spending a ban in the second half of the ban phase on Singed. This is one of the advantages of having champions who can flex into multiple roles, is that if Oppaman intends to use Tom Kench at the top lane, Rampage just wasted a ban on a champion that they didn't have to deal with,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's just so strong, just being able to do that because they just don't know what they're doing it. But again, they are not keen on playing Optimum Sin. He's played that 3 times in the regular season. Excuse me, with a 19 KDA over those 3 games. They were all victories, and that's not something they want to deal with. He's very strong, very very aggressive with that. And we do see not the final bank. I mean, Unsold Stuff is using up all of their time as they really try to figure out what they want to do, and it is the brand coming out. Now that's both a mid lane pick and potentially a support pick, more likely a support pick, but it's a very scary thing. And once again, the flex pick with the Nautilus being a little unsure where they're sending the Nautilus, so they have to assume he's going to where they want him least.
Right. And USG, I'm curious what Remind is going to, because the Katarina was banned out, even though it wasn't necessarily that successful in the previous game. Rampage doesn't want to see that happen. Along with the Syndra taken out as well, perhaps his signature champion. I'm very curious what he falls back on. He's down a game in this series. What champion does he play that he thinks is going to bring this back? He also has to pick this blind, not knowing what Rampage is going to pick for their mid laner.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see Orianna being hovered right now. That is something he has played with some success previously. It doesn't look like he's played that in this matchup, though, against Ramune before. But it could be a very successful pick. I just haven't seen him play that at all. But this is interesting. Anivia is not a character you see very much in the LJL. Nobody has games on Anivia. Unsold Stuff doesn't have games. Rampage doesn't have games. You very rarely see that on any of the other teams either. Oh, they do end up going with the Arya. Pardon me. But they are going to go up with something a little bit
Yeah.
more meta. Utori on that Lucian again. Dara with a Karma this time up against NT's Thresh. And this could be very interesting. NT had a very strong ultimate on that Zyra last game, which potentially won them a fight. They unfortunately did not get a whole lot off of it. But Thresh, if Zyra has 1 or 2 playmaking abilities, Thresh has 4.
Yeah, and I like the adaptation from Ramune to play Ari. It's a champion that he's seen success on, has played twice so far in the LPL, won both of those games with a pretty solid KDA of 5.8. Additionally, this maintains the same strategy that Rampage went for in the previous game. They had these 2 powerful pick champions in Syndra and Elise. Well, now instead of Syndra, you've got Ari, who's got maybe a little bit less range, but a really potent ability in Charm.
Yeah. And their team comp, just like you said, is looking very similar to what they were playing in the first game. They have a very tanky top laner with good peel, good engage abilities. They have, Utori on that Lucian, a pick mid lane jungle synergy, and Karma. If you don't have Lulu, Karma's, pretty similar in what she does. She gives a lot of survivability to whoever it is that she chooses to do it, and a lot of mobility running around as they use the ultimate to just dash around the map, except now it's going to be on the entire team.
Yeah. And Unsold Stuff Gaming, looking to mix it up a little bit. They still have sort of this hard engage composition. They can really force fights with Lee Sin and with a Jin ultimate slowing the entire team down. It's a question of, will they be able to get the damage down now? Will they be able to focus down the targets? Because in the previous game, they had a little bit of trouble with that. With the Lulu off the table, it might be a little bit easier.
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeing people once again coming down to this bot lane. There are 4 members of Unsold Stuff down here once again. I don't think they'll be able to get the same bait off a little bit. Neo's looking around the side, but he's not going to be able to pick up anything onto Dara or onto Utori. Just going to go back into the jungle a little bit, start up those Raptors. But we are seeing pretty standard stuff coming out from all of these players right now. The cleanse onto your mind, of course, with the charm from Ramune is going to be very important to, keep your own jungle alive as you deal with, keep yourself alive while the charm comes through. But again, nothing too unusual from anybody coming out in this part of the game so far.
Yeah. perhaps maybe the only thing being noteworthy that both supports chose to take Ignite over Exhaust. Exhaust a little bit weaker than it has been in previous iterations. A while back, they removed it used to give an attack speed slow that it no longer does, so it's less effective against AD carries. So a lot of people today just take the Ignite, go for the kill pressure. Unless there's something that absolutely needs to be damage reduced, like a Zed or something.
Absolutely, yeah. And with the Ignite, just there's so much kill pressure. A lot of bot lane, especially as you start watching different kinds of streams, they talk about how scary it is to play against that Ignite because it's just extra about 100 damage as you start going through, and you have to be very careful when you trade because a bad trade could potentially give your opponent a dive in a situation where they didn't really have that opportunity before.
Yeah, both junglers starting their clears pretty standard. Tussle is gonna use the blast cone to start up his blue buff a little bit early. Might look for a roam at level 3. However, with Yutora, Mayasti, and Dara shoving up for the level 2 advantage, unlikely to come to fruition this early on.
Yeah, look at all the damage they're putting down, and he does have the relic shield and a couple more potions left, but that's still so much damage and potential kill pressure that they have going forward. But there's not a whole lot that Unsold stuff can do about it right now, with Orianna in the mid lane, not particularly well known for her ability to roam, and Lee Sin on the opposite side of the jungle. NT and Heredia are just going to have to deal with it a little bit right now, and with that Scuttle Crab taking down for RPG, it's going to be even more difficult to send people into that bottom lane.
Yeah, and a part of that is just like really smart play from Rampage. A part of that is also USG got a little bit unlucky with how the minion it broke in such a way that they couldn't move up even to necessarily grab experience on some of those like further away minions that were dying while Rampage zoned them off, and so now they're trying to CS under turret to pretty decent success, I have to say.
Yeah, and they are staying relatively even, but a 7 CS difference at less than 4 minutes is fairly substantial. It's going to take a little bit of time, but look at this top lane going on right now. The last time we saw these guys face off, it was in the other champions, and it was pretty even, but Opperman not able to put on as much pressure onto Evie in the reverse of the matchup, and this could potentially be very big if Nautilus does get a substantial CS lead. He doesn't have it right now, but when he's able to bully around his lane opponent like that, the CS lead is pretty inevitable as we start to move forward.
Yeah. I think that a large portion of this early game will revolve around the mid laners. Ramune, with the combination of Tussle, is a very terrifying like level 6 gank that Remind has to be worried about.
Lots of damage going on. It doesn't matter how threatening your level 6 is if you're already getting bullied around so hard at level 5. This is potentially a dive coming out from Neo as he starts to move around. Tussle is in the area, but Ramune being so low, it might not really matter. You can kill that Fox and get out with it really quickly. Neo.
Yeah. Oh, actually, this might be bad.
Yeah, Neo gets it down, does get the stun back from Tussle, but he's not going to be able to do a lot of damage. Both of them are going to back away. Both of them see that their mid laners are starting to come over, and with Ramune getting there first, it's not a fight that Tussle's really going to be able to do a whole lot about. Here we go. The fight's starting to turn around the other way. Opperman's starting to move forward. He wants to get the Devourer. He does get it onto Evie. Evie does not have a whole lot of mana left, but he's still got a lot of extra health and forces the Grey health to be popped by Opperman. And he's not going to be able to regenerate that. And that could be all she wrote for a large portion of this lane.
Yeah. Opperman's going to have to recall right now. Probably will have to spend his teleport in order to pick up the minions.
He chooses to stay, though.
Interesting. I suppose Evie, is unlikely to dive by himself.
Yeah, very true. They don't know where Tussle is, but they feel confident enough with the ward behind him and Neo nearby that it's not going to be a big threat. And Neo is nearby. Opman's choosing to stay. It looks like they might try and bait something out of Evie, but Naz is going to stick around and pick up what CS he can. He is going to maintain a CS lead overall with both of his summoners. So even though the lane bully is going into Evie's favor, it's potentially not going to manifest itself as a gold advantage for the team. And we already see a 300 gold advantage, mostly manifesting from that Mid lane coming up. Uh-oh, here comes Neo. Ramne is level 6 with both his flash and his ultimate. But he's starting to fall very behind in this lane.
Yeah. One thing that I'd like to see out of Neo a little bit more is more aggressive posturing on this Lee Sin. In the previous game, he didn't really find the early game advantage that he would have liked. He had a couple nice kicks in the end game, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, uh-oh.
Uh,
Mine's threatening right here. Talk about aggressive posturing. Posturing very aggressively with that command attack as we start to move in. Neo's hovering around the back. I don't think this is either one will go, but he'll be able to get a lot of damage here into Tussle. Starts up with the opening strikes. Not going to be a whole lot. The stun comes back. Tussle's just trying to get a little bit of damage back. It's not a completely lost trade, but with his flash down, next time they find each other in the jungle, it's not going to go his way. Uh-oh, and here we see Opperman right here. He has a lot more health. We must have missed a significant trade between these two because they both had an opportunity to back. But it's going to be definitely going to Opperman's way right now. And able to pick up that pink ward right away. Evie's fairly low health, and Neo is starting to come around, potentially looking for a dive onto this very tanky Nautilus.
yeah, I really appreciate Neo's map movements. He's trying to control top, and it's been working out for him. Forces the flash a couple minutes ago and able to secure the red buff as well. Now he knows exactly where Tussle is. He can threaten both Ari and Nautilus from his position.
Uh-oh, here comes Ramne trying to come out. Misses the charm, but he's getting a lot of damage. Great kick from Neo, but the Ignite is going to burn him down. That's first blood going over to Ramne, and that is huge. He was so far behind in this lane, down nearly 15 CS, but he's going to even it up very quickly with that first blood, getting extra gold into his hands, and I believe our red buff as well, able to stay much healthier with the relatively new passive they put onto that ability.
Yeah, and now Tussle looking for the dive.
Here they go.
Decent amount of damage.
A lot of damage. Here comes a teleport. Double teleport coming down. The hook does go down onto Tussle, trying to pick up Enti, but he is devoured up by Opperman. Here comes Evie trying to get a return kill. They do manage to get a lot of damage onto Enti. Yutori's not able to quite pick it up, and Dara goes down and execute. Evie does manage to pick up the kill onto Enti finally, but Yutori first death in this series, and this is disaster. There's 3 kills going over already to USG. Ramne's going to have to get out. He is going to be able to do so successfully. Uh-oh, here comes Opperman. Remind, they might be able to get a little bit more. He still has the command shockwave, just a little bit more damage, and that is going to be another kill going over to Neo. With the dragon available, that Cloud Drake could potentially be going over. They choose not to do so, but they're just going to put up a bunch of numbers, but 4 kills to 2.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an overstep by Rampage. They thought that they had the numbers at the start of this fight. They get a ton of damage on her already. However, USG just respawns so well. They get the first teleport. The flash out of Aquaman will keep Enti just a little bit alive, and this forces RPG to really overcommit. They dive way too far, and then USG just has the members. They return into the fight, and they clean it up. Dara also having to tank the turret just dies. Not really sure if that was part of the plan.
I'm sure it wasn't, but that was ultimately, if you include Dara being executed, that was an ace onto Rampage. Every member of Rampage died during that fight, and it's not a huge gold advantage yet. With all the buffs, all the summoners being down on Rampage in the next couple of minutes, this could be very big as Unsold Stuff tries to expand the lead that they just picked up.
Yeah. If Neo can find a key gank right now, they might be able to secure their lead and maybe snowball it into a turret take. We'll have to see where he chooses to move next on the map now that he's given this sort of newfound freedom. It looks like his current plan is to continue to counter jungle. He's putting in deep wards, trying to slow down Tussle as much as possible.
Yeah, and they know where Tussle is. They know he's likely moving towards the mid. The try misses from Ramne. Ramne is going very aggressive on to remind the shockwave, or not the shockwave, the, what's the term? Lee Sin's first Q?
Sonic Wave?
Sonic Wave, yes. It sounds similar. Sonic Wave misses as they try to go in, so there is going to be able to back away, but Yutori trying to go a little bit more aggressive. They're just clearing out some wards here. But that's not good when you can't get a return kill, blowing up your ultimate without actually getting anything for it. And now Neo's starting to look behind, potentially going to ward jump and trying to pick up that blue buff.
Yeah, Neo can ward jump over the wall and then immediately flash to
Oh,
get
here
the
he goes. Here comes Opperman too with the Abyssal Voyage, getting a lot of damage into Ramen, and there comes a Shockwave. That is going to be the kill going over to Remind. I'm not
yeah.
sure Opperman needed to use the Abyssal Voyage there, but, you know, better safe than sorry. That is going to get them the first turret of the game. Yutori is going to go very aggressive, getting a lot of damage on here onto Anti. Dara is going to go low, but it's not going to matter as Yutori manages to pick up that first kill of the game for his team, and this is bad. Dara is taking 2 shots. One more will end his life, but Yutori is going to be a good teammate. Keep him safe as they just try and wait out the rest of the Jin ultimate. It does go down, but here comes Neo. This could potentially be a couple more kills. He's standing on a ward, but it's not going to matter.
Here comes Aquaman and Remind.
Yeah, it misses the tongue. Dara is going to go down. Has to flash out just a little bit more damage. Yutori's trying to find anything he can, but he's not going to be able to get enough. The 4th shot coming in from Jin. That's going to be all she wrote as they do pick up 2 more kills.
Yeah, Unsold Stuff Gaming really stepping it up in this game, working together as a team in a way that they didn't do in the last game of the series. Really just rotating the map as a huge sort of death ball of champions and picking up kill after kill and their second turret of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Evie does manage to pick up the first turret for his team. He did not have his teleport available during that gank, or during that dive, so he was not able to join his team, and just takes the consolation prize, picks up a little bit more gold for his team as they try to move around a bit. The saving grace for Rampage right now is just how far ahead in terms of CS both their top laner and their ADC are right now. 20 CS lead for Evie over Opperman, and a nearly 30 CS lead for Yutori over Haredi. It's equalizing their gold within a kill of each other. But when you have 1,000 gold deficit on your mid laner, it's a saving grace, but it might not be enough saving.
Right. And, I want to give huge props to Opperman. He game.
Almost got it.
So close. It's so far. His map moments have been so good. He rotated mid with the Abyssal Voyage to pick up an easy kill on Aramine, and then immediately runs bot lane with the rest of his team. Just really taking advantage of the fact that Evie, Nautilus is not a strong split pushing champion. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage to turrets.
Yeah,
and Opperman, okay to trade a turret for 2 kills and now pressure on a Cloud Drake.
Yeah, absolutely. Unsold Stuff is going to get this pretty uncontested. It is a Cloud Drake, which most solo queue players don't put a whole lot of faith into. It is going to be an Infernal Drake next as they come up. But the Cloud Drake at this level of play is very impactful. They're already ahead. They're going to be able to make rotations just that extra little bit faster so that they'll be able to do something like we saw last game with the Rampage moving around with that Mountain Drake getting just little bits of extra damage every here and there on the turrets does add up over time. Just getting there just a little bit faster.
Yeah, so and I like the Cloud Drake with Orianna as well. Frequently, well, perhaps not all that frequently, but sometimes when you have a mobile frontliner that you're looking the command shockwave on, such as Neo, you end up in situations where the Lee Sin or whatever champion that is this highly movable champion to use shockwave on moves too far ahead of the group, right? But being able to give yourself extra move speed with the Cloud Drake and with Oriana's W can really help secure some fights.
Here comes the depth charge, not going out, actually just getting the dredge line onto him, forces him to blow his flash. They do trade the turret for it, but hey, it's something instead of nothing. But we're starting to see Tori move down towards the bottom. Has more deaths this game. He's really trying to bring up that average. If he doesn't die at all the rest of this game, he will maintain his average of 1 death per game. But right now, he's just trying to get a CS lead, nearly 50 CS, halfway to the flame horizon of the rest of his team.
And it's really interesting. You see there, he's pinging onto the map. Typically, when you see USG's team all the way up at the top side, that should be a free turn. However, the threat of Abyssal Voyage keeps him back. He didn't know how many members of USG were coming into the bottom lane, so he had to leave that turret available. And that's something that's unique to this champion match. Had it been any other champion coming out of the bottom, take that turret.
And it's just scary when you start dealing with all these globals at the competitive level of play. We in this game, the only one we really see is Tom Kench, but we start to see things like Galio. He's not on this patch. He's not available to be played right now, but you got Galio, Twisted Fate, Shen are all meta champions right now that we can see people move around very quickly with, and even Kled starting to get some play both in the competitive scene and in solo queue. Just able to move around, force engages very successfully, and it could really start to make a difference. And we saw it make a difference last game as well.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Opperman's Tom has seen a little bit more success this game than Evie's Tom Kench. I mean, Evie's Tom Kench was fantastic for
Yeah.
keeping
Here comes
Hikaru
Tussle.
Miyasi alive.
Taking a lot of damage. Shockwave could finish it up, but he's just going to have to back away back into his base. Those gates, man. This might date
So
myself a little
helpful.
bit. Those gates were not always there.
Yeah.
Now we just take them for granted, but when you were stuck on the other side of your base, here comes the 3 onto Ramune, taken down very quickly as we force the flash out. Here comes Optimate taking a lot of damage. He takes the culling under the turret, eats up his teammate. He's going to spin him back out, but Neil's looking to go back in. Evie is at half health, but just going to pop the gray health and back out after taking down the mid laner.
NT with the fantastic hook. Remind immediately pulls the trigger on the command shockwave. Such a massive amount of damage onto both Dara and Ramune. Dara is able to
Neo goes back in again. That was cute. No other word for it. That was cute.
Yeah. Little bit terrifying. I've definitely had games as a league player where you follow the queue to try to intimidate your opponent and you end up just dying. But let's look at this again. NC waits for the perfect moment, somehow catches Ramune out of all the champions there, just absolutely blows him up with the rest of the team. Dara now zoned out of the fight. You can see Heretti is going to try and fire this fourth shot at him, doesn't quite get him. But even so, just the decision-making and the decisiveness that USG has had this game is a fresh change from the previous game in this series.
And then we see Opperman there with great awareness, eating up Neo as Neo's in the threat of taking one more turret shot and dying, and just keeping his little buddy safe as he goes so deep by himself. But I guess that's just Lee Sin things, and in return Tom Kench things. And we do see a little bit more offensive items built here onto Neo's Lee Sin, picking up the Hex Drinker as well as the Warrior Enchant instead of, say, the Cinder Hulk or I don't know, literally anything more defensive. He is going for a little bit more damage because he's able to, as his champion just is ahead. You can build a little bit of damage, and a lot of damage starting to come out from all the members of Unsold stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate the Hex Drinker as well. It's especially strong on champions like Lee Sin because Lee Sin is going to he's not a traditional tank, right? He's more of a bruiser. He's going to jump in and out of team fights. He's going to take some bursts of damage and then run away, right?
Yeah,
and so giving yourself a little bit of extra HP with the shield against 4 magic damage champions on the side of Rampage is really significant. And now USG looking to cement their lead, working on setting up this dragon.
Ramune is sitting there in the bush waiting for someone. Neo looks like he is going to try and find it. Pings back from the rest of his teammate. But the Infernal Dragon is available, and all 5 members of Unsold Stuff are sitting around. NT does not manage to land that hook. But this is a potentially really big thing. Heretti opens up with the ultimate, getting a couple of shots down onto Tussle. They are going to go onto the jungler. That's who you need to kill if you want to try and pick up a dragon. But they're not going to be able to do it. Opperman starting to take a lot of damage, stunned up by Tussle. They go, and Neo gets the kick back onto Yutori. He's stuck an entire enemy team, and he does go down. That is his 3rd death of the game. And with Ramune,
Neo coming up huge.
Yeah, Ramune was not in that fight at all. And that's exactly the opposite of what you want to be doing as Rampage. Rampage, once again, has that pick composition. You can't be fighting undermanned like that when your entire goal is to find the man advantages for yourself. Tussle caught up, hit by the shockwave. A lot of damage coming out from your mind. One more attack will do it. NT finds the hook onto Dara. That's not who he expected to find, but they do get the kill onto Tussle, and Dara does go down as well. They're looking for a little bit more. The depth charge is going to come out. Heretti's trying to find something, but he's not going to do anything. But with 2 members dead, one of them being the jungler, Unsold Stuff is going to go directly to Baron.
Yeah, this is a really strong adaptation here. Tussle, not really sure what he was doing. I think he was looking to shove up the mid lane, try and get some damage on the turret, but pays for it with his life.
Yeah.
Evie now looking to stop this
He
Baron.
doesn't have his ultimate. He does go and gets a lot of damage in with that E, but immediately flashes out as they turn towards him. They are going to be able to stop this Baron. Ramne does not have his ultimate, so if they find something, the Dredge line does not pick anything up. But they do stop the Baron, and that's all that they needed to do.
Yeah, USG took a ton of damage from that Baron. I think that they underestimated the amount of magic damage that Baron actually does. None of the members of USG have magic resist with the exception of Opperman, and so that coupled with the increased damage you take when you're doing the Baron really shredded them down, and they just smartly were able to run away.
Yeah, and it's so early in the game, only 21 minutes. It's very unusual, especially without Mountain Drakes in order to be able to get that. They have an Infernal Drake and a Cloud Drake, which are very strong, but they're not going to help you take a Baron very quickly. The Infernal will help a little bit, and, Rampage responds correctly. They do send a couple of things. Evie's, jump in real quick with the Riptide, getting some good damage down across the team with the reduced magic resist from the Baron. Oh, excuse me, and he's playing the Nautilus like it needs to be played. Aggressive, annoying, and just in your face. And they're starting to move around again as they posture towards this Baron a second time. Evie does not have his teleport available, so if he wants to do anything, he's going to have to do it quickly. He's starting to move out the bottom lane with all the minions. And we'll see exactly how this goes. Neo's looking.
Yeah, and you can see USG playing just in general a lot. It's so much easier to shot call in this game when you know that you already have an advantage.
Good damage going back onto Neo and Dara. A lot of damage going on to Opperman. Hardy's going to open up with that Jin ultimate. Ramne is looking to stop that. They do manage to prevent it from too many shots, but it reminds onto the fight. Opperman comes in. The Grey Health needs to be popped. He's taking a lot of damage. Evie starts to take a couple of turret shots, but the Remind is not there and able to do anything. It is going to be a mid lane turret as Rampage does manage to start team fighting again.
Yeah, smart positioning from Rampage. Starting that fight towards the mid lane in such a way that USG has to run towards the Baron. They can't take the Baron anymore because they're low HP, but because of RPG's positioning, they're just able to easily transition into a mid lane turret take.
Yeah, absolutely. And who was it that you were saying was talking about the power of the Scuttle Crabs? Oh no, here comes Opperman coming in. He's taking Enti with him. That's not a lot of damage on the rest of the team, but they do manage to eat up Nautilus as he goes for the Dredge line. He is stunned up by that flourish from Jin, getting a lot of damage. Depth Charge does go down. He has no flash, and that is going to be his life. And with the top laner down, this is another potential opportunity. They're going to try again. He's on the wrong side of the Baron. Gets a shockwave down into Tussle and Ramne, keeping him on the wrong side. Ramne is almost dead. Tussle needs to get in there if he's going to be able to do anything. Utori's on the side with a huge CS lead on his opponent, but it's not going to be enough. They do call to back away and just cede the Baron to the other team.
Wow. I have to commend USG for that play around the Baron. The fact that Remind was able to zone 3 members of RPG away from potentially contesting, using the shockwave really early, and then getting out with Enti's Thresh Lantern.
Yeah, and he's just
really smart play.
Just so strong right now. I thought the Abyssal Voyage coming out from Opperman was going to be an abysmal voyage as I see him teleporting into 3 members. We see it right here. It comes out. I thought he was dead, but no. There's no damage coming back.
Yeah, and he's so tanky. What a fantastic Devour. Just able to pick up, stop Evie dead in his tracks, and pick up an easy kill there. And then watch from Remind here. He just sits and waits, gets damage onto 2 members. All 4 members of RPG are just stuck back there. And then with a quick lantern, they're able to secure the Baron, and now look for a shove in the mid lane.
Yeah, that was well done because he used the ball in such a way that he could get vision because there was not a ward in that bush when he used the shockwave. But he was able to find 2 members of it. A little bit of intuition and a little bit of vision from the ball is going to be enough to secure one of the most important objectives that has ever been in League of Legends.
Yeah. And now, after pushing up the mid lane turret, USG look to take the easiest turret to take for them, this bottom tier 2. Smart wave manipulation from them. You push RPG back by shutting up the mid lane, and then while they're still stuck in their base, you rotate and take the easier turret.
Yeah, and Evie's looking. Neo gets... He's looking as well, even though he's blind. They're still going to be looking for an engage, possibly. They are managing to get that pink ward down. Well played by Rampage to get that tiny bit of advantage. But now they're going to have to play over this wall without a whole lot of vision to do anything. And USG can just move around and take whichever turret is easier at the time. And look how quickly this turret is going down. Evi's not able to do anything. There's not an engage coming out. Uh-oh, Charm lands onto Neo. It's not going to lead into anything.
Yeah, USG happy to really flex their muscles a little bit. Rampage not able to find the right engage. They need to find a dredge line onto. Really, they have to hit Heretti because Remind has been on point with his cleanse so far this game.
Yeah.
So they need to find Heretti and they need to take him out as. And at this point in the game, it's getting harder and harder. This pick composition doesn't work if you can't, find champions caught out in singular positions.
Yeah, and it's a good job by Unsold Stuff as well. They're not giving Rampage the opportunity to use the pick comp that they've developed. They are staying as a group, and Neo up here right now, this is probably the most spread out he's been from anyone on the team in a long time. Normally, they've all had groups of 3, groups of 4 as they move around, just able to take everything very comfortably, very safe, because, again, they have the Tom Kench, they have the Orianna Shield, they have the Thresh, able to do everything and just entirely stop any potential aggression coming out of Rampage.
Yeah, and now USG, they have one last remaining tier 2 outer turret to take, so that's where they're going to direct the bulk of their forces. Opperman going to go ahead and feel comfortable, split pushing a little bit with that teleport, with the Abyssal Voyage. Doesn't feel too bad about making his way to the turret. We'll be able to do that very quickly.
Absolutely, and they still has the Baron buff, so when that wave does hit that turret, it will do a lot of damage to it. So if there's a time for a Rampage, never mind. He did lose the Baron buff. Was he dead at the time? No. He hasn't died, so I'm not. Oh, that's the.
He doesn't have the mastery.
Oh, does the mastery affect the Baron buff too?
Yes, it affects. There's a runic mastery that increases the duration of Baron buff. We saw it on Neo there, which allowed to push the turret a little bit further on. It affects both Baron and Rift Herald.
Interesting. That is really big news to me. I had not heard of that. But Oppen's getting caught out. A couple of stuns coming down, but it's not going to be enough. Just manages to flash out. Not even taking that much damage. He's just that tanky now with the Sunfire, the Spirit Visage, and most of the Lock into the Iron Solari completed. He's just going to be able to move around and kind of do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I like this positioning from USG. They, by sending Opperman, now they're sticking him right on top of the champions so that even if Remind gets cut out by a Dreadline, he's just going to immediately be devoured and walked away to safety.
Absolutely. And
but
Neo's Lee Sin has evolved. Last game I wasn't super impressed with it, but this game, again, it's super cute.
Yeah.
He keeps doing these little dodgy things as he moves around. We saw him dodge the Dreadline there, just like, haha, taunting, and then just dashing away with that safeguard to a minion. We've seen it a couple times this game. I'm much more impressed this game, but of course, it's much easier to make plays when you're super far ahead. And both games so far, we've seen early leads coming out for one of the teams, and so far they've been snowballing it very quickly. Unsold Stuff has one of every animal almost at this point, kind of being like Noah's Ark as I start moving around the bottom lane. Dragon will be up for several more minutes, but with any luck, that should be an Ocean Drake so they can complete their collection. Gotta catch them all.
You're very correct, Josh. It's really important that you do your best to master all 4 of the elements. Although, unfortunately, that's actually impossible. But there can only ever be 3 types of dragon in a game. So they won't have an Ocean Drake. As much as I wish that they could catch them all.
Yeah,
not going to be a thing in this game.
There's no avatar here for unstable. What am I talking about? Unsold Stuff. But they are going to
with Godfist Lee Sin's coming out though. Neo might be able to make that happen.
You can't be both the one and the avatar. That's just cheating.
That's true. Well, USG now looking to set up vision around Baron. Really great stuff. They know that they can
Uh-oh, here comes
probably
Neo.
take a fight.
Gets charmed up. There's a lot of damage going on to him. Redemption popped quite early there by Unsold stuff, but it's gonna heal Neo back up to full as he starts to move around and start looking for the second Baron of the game.
Yeah, I like this aggressive posturing from USG. They know that they have the gold advantage to win a fight. As long as they don't completely screw up their positioning and get one member caught out, they should be able to just sit at this Baron and
Uh-oh, they're gonna
make a
have to
fight
do a
happen.
face check. Enti's hook does miss. Tussel's going in a little bit too deep. A charm does come down onto Optimed, but Evie is onto Enti right now, doing a lot of damage for support, but did he just get eaten over the wall? No, he flashes over to the side, and there's going to be a lot going on. Not a lot of damage put down onto Rampage, but a good chunk down onto
But look
Enti's
at this,
flesh.
Yutori Mayasi in a fantastic position, able to pressure this mid tier 2 turret. USG is going to respond by pushing up the top lane, and it's going to force a total recall.
And look, Yutori just started his recall. He's going to be back very late, and the immediate decisive decision coming out from USG to move around, and they don't have their ADC yet. They can't engage until he gets there, but there goes Neo getting a lot of damage. Gets the kick down out of Evie. He comes through doing so much damage, but there's so many people in the AoE going on right now. Ramune gets the ult going off across, but Hustle, one-man shockwave coming out. They're turning around onto Optimum, takes the Dark Passage out. Stun misses, but they're going into on remind. This might be the team fight. The Rampage needs. Oh, getting so much. Neo goes back in, does not manage to take down Yutori. He's still alive, but Evie does finally go down. His Guardian Angel is popped, and look, nobody's died. They've got a couple of Guardian Angels popped. Evie is still alive. Anything left will kill him, but the redemption comes through, redeeming them for the bad positioning, and they will turn around, and I think they're going to go directly to the Baron. There they go, all standing on top of the blast cone. Big plays,
Teamwork.
and they are starting, and it's not in vision of Rampage. They are going to do it. Remind is visible, but they're not going to be able to respond
Look at how quick
fast
that
enough.
goes. Yeah, what an interesting fight. The TP is going to not happen. Evie ends up having to cancel it. Maybe a little bit too ambitious there. But the way that USG manipulated that fight, running in and out, they were so low for fight. But
Absolutely.
RPG, it's tricky when you have such short range champions. Ramune is not on this like long range nuke Syndra champion. Now he's stuck on this Ari, which is less effective when you're behind and you can't run into the enemy team to assassinate, keep targets.
Yeah, and here we go. Here we see the next Mountain Dragon being picked up by Unsold stuff. It's not as effective anymore now that the Baron's already been taken, but it'll help them pick up the last inhibitor turret, as well as the next turrets as they start to push forward for that. Meanwhile, role-playing game is stuck in their base, and there's not a whole lot that they can really do about anything right here. They're going to have to wave clear, but against a Baroned-up team, Tom Kench just pops his elixir. It's going to be very difficult for them to do anything. That pink ward is going to get cleared in a moment, but they're just going to take this inhibitor more or less uncontested, and Jin's crits coming down onto inhibitors just seems unfair. But that's
Yeah.
what he does. Here we go. Dredgeling goes down onto Optimum. They're going to try for a little bit of desperation play. Culling gets some decent damage, but not doing a whole lot as it goes wide. They're going to start doing what they can. Uh-oh. Here comes the death sentence onto Evie, getting a little bit of damage onto him. Just goes through the courage of the Colossus shield. Not a whole lot doing there. Yutori, again, aggressive, but here we go, getting the dredge line, but Dara is getting pulled in. Unfortunately, NT does not choose to go in on the death sentence, but here comes the redemption. But they're taking a lot of damage in this poke, and RPG is staying relatively healthy, but this could be turned around very quickly. Here comes the ultimate coming out from Jin. They're going to try and do something about it. Lots of damage going down onto Ramune with the Sonic Wave on him. Uh-oh, Neo goes in, misses the charm, but lots of damage. Here comes Opperman picking up with Neo, going in. Evie's in the middle of the enemy team, but does not have a lot of mana left. They're just going to back away, but that's a win for Rocket Propelled Grenade.
Yeah, this is a really interesting and sort of weird game to watch. You see neither team really comfortable committing to a straight fight, so they just sort of do this dance back and forth, throwing out abilities, throwing out ultimates, sort of praying that one of them connects and does a lot of damage. Neither team really able to find the engage that they want. However, Rampage happy to protect their top
Yeah,
inhibitor.
absolutely. And for those people who aren't very familiar with watching the LJL, the fighting that we're seeing right here, it's a little bit weird from a lot of other regions, but for what is it? For this region, it's pretty normal. That tends to be how they go because there's usually a couple members of each team that are much stronger players than the rest of the people on the team, and they tend to do the shot calling. But when it's players like Utori, when it's players like Hereda and Remind, who are tend to be in positions where they are very focused on keeping themselves safe, it can often be very difficult for them to move in. I think that's part of why we've seen Rampage be so successful is because unlike many ADCs who tend to shot call for the team, Utori is aggressive. And we've seen that in the last fight. He was moving forward. He's got the damage going in, and he just wants to get on top of the enemy team all the time.
Yeah, and that sort of forces your team forward, right? If you're a shot calling AD carry and you say, I'm going to move up, either you guys protect me
Or
or
we
we
lose.
lose.
Yeah, and here we go. USG is coming right up here once again, trying to get this inhibitor. The Baron buff does not have a whole lot of time. It is left only on Neo right now. Uh-oh, stun misses from Tussle. That could be the go sign. The Sonic Wave is on to Utori, but you're not going to do a whole... Uh-oh, Shockwave onto Dara and Utori. The Redemption comes out. The inhibitor already goes down. The Dara is very low, but there's a lot of damage going through it, and he's being eaten up by Opperman as they go forward. Evie tries to do a little bit of damage, but the ultimate's already down. There goes Ramna getting a good chunk out of the members. Dredgeling pulls Opperman back in, but he's such a tanky toad as he keeps going in. Evie's getting eaten up once more. Spit back into the enemy team. A lot of health left on that tank as Neo goes in, tries to get good damage onto Tussle. Tussle's going to have to flash out of the ultimate, and Dara can't afford to take the shot, but Ramune can as they once again back away, but this time they picked up the inhibitor.
Yeah, USG has to be pretty happy with that result. RPG, also, not the worst thing that could have happened there. Despite losing their inhibitor, they didn't lose any members of their team, which could have been disastrous with a wave pushing down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, absolutely. That RPG is happy with any fight at this point that does not lose them the game. And they didn't lose the game there, so, it's not the best thing that could have happened, but you'll take it. Your Nexus is still alive. You still have a chance. There's still the opportunity for a fantastic combat, a fantastic team fight with someone like Utori or Ramune just going off on their opponents. And uh-oh, here comes the Abyssal Voyage from Opperman. Going after Ramune, he's going to be forced to ult, dodges the death sentence, but he's behind enemy lines. There's all 5 members of the enemy team. He uses his ult, he uses his flash. He's going to have to keep running. There's nobody that can help him. It looks like Andy's going to just let him go back to base. It's not a bad idea, but you have taken all the gap closing. That's going to be really big. I was going to point out Utori's massive CS lead, but it's not going to be a big deal as they are starting to take the last inhibitor turret. He's not back at base. It doesn't matter if you have CS if you can't spend the gold that you have. And here he comes, getting a little bit of damage. And this is going to be the 3rd inhibitor, getting a triple inhib. The stun goes down onto Opperman. Calling just comes out to try and stop a little bit of damage. Gets his Dreadline onto Neo. They do need to fight very soon. Death Sentence lands onto a minion. Not going to do a whole lot. Ramuna doesn't have the cooldowns he needs to do anything. Tussle's looking for something. And now we're just going to reset while we wait for the next minion wave to come up.
Yeah, really important right now. If USG continues to push, they did burn Remind Shockwave. It will be up within the next minute. But Rampage has a brief window of opportunity where they might be a stronger team fight. Instead, though, it looks like USG is just going to opt to continue to cement their lead and pressure this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, and this is the kind of thing that they absolutely cannot afford to lose. But Rampage, with Utori up in the top lane once again, just going for that massive CS lead. He's up 150. They're going to end up sacrificing this Elder Dragon, and the extra little bit of CS onto your ADC, while good, you're already at or very close to full build. It's not going to make that much difference, unfortunately, at this point in the game.
Yeah, and the other thing to point out is that even though you look at the numbers and you think, oh wow, Utori has this match, he doesn't really. Relative to other members, even though he's got 100 CS over Heredi, that's simply because he has a better wave clear than Ramune, and so he's been picking up that mid lane farm. So the 100 deficit from
that box from NT, that has to have been a misclick. Now, luckily for them, Rampage doesn't seem to know that cooldown was blown. So USG should be able to do stuff anyway, but that is very dangerous.
Yeah. It's really difficult though to contest a four dragon, elder dragon buffed
Uh-oh.
team.
Yeah,
They get a hook on Opperman, but it's not going to do that much.
yeah, Ramune is off on the side, and anything, any kind of CC landing onto that Arya will probably end the game. Here comes Jin Ultimate getting massive chunking down onto Evie. It's not doing a whole lot on its own necessarily, but that burn coming out is a lot. Char misses. Neo's trying to find a little bit, and that forces Ramene's first ultimate to come out. Redemption comes out. Dredgeline misses, and they are getting damage onto Dara. Ramene comes around the side, gets a good chunk down onto Heretti, but Dara and Evie getting caught up in that shockwave. Tussel's going to be the next one. Ramene kicked into the rest of the team. This is going to be the game as they do pick up the third member and the fourth member. Just kidding. There's just 4 members. 3 members. Numbers are difficult, guys. But there goes Evie, finally picked up by NT as I start moving towards the Nexus Church. And this is going to be game 2, tying up the series by Unsold Stuff, unless there's a massive play coming out from Utori and Tussle. I'd be very surprised. The Nexus is going down to half, and there's not a whole lot. Tussle's going to try and go in, and they're going to try and pick up those last couple of kills. They do pick up Utori, and Tussle's the last one alive, but it's not going to be enough to save the rest of the game. The Nexus is at hardly any damage. They can just choose to get it, but they're going to choose to use that box.
Yeah.
There it is, back up again, guys. But that is going to be the turnaround. Unsold Stuff taking the series back 1-1 as we move into game 3 between Rampage and Unsold Stuff.
Yeah, going into game 3, I'm really looking forward to seeing how these two teams adapt their pick and ban strategies. We saw, both teams really prioritize this Tom Kench, and it's worked out very well for both teams. I'm wondering if that's going to be a first pick priority or even a ban heading later on into the series, because it's had some great high quality moments for these teams. We talk about how these teams like to sort of dance around objectives. They don't want to commit to anything. They don't want to commit to a fight. Being able to immediately force a 3v2 or like just a raw numbers advantage in a team fight has had great success.
And here we go. And this is the last fight we saw of the game. That massive shockwave coming down in Karma doing so much work. And Neo getting the kick he's been looking for this entire series so far. Just getting that kill down onto the RA, forcing them into a really bad situation. And Neo starting to live up to his namesake. He is starting to become the one. But if he can continue that, there might be an Agent Smith on the other team.
Yeah. And the previous game that we saw between Rampage and USG, I wasn't entirely sold on Neo's performance. This game I absolutely was. He had some really clutch Dragon's Rage, able to catch members out of position and just stall Unsold Gaming enough to, stall Rampage enough to tie the series up 1-1.
Yeah, and that was, very good play on some stuff. Yeah, I think what we were previously looking at, a very dominant performance from Rampage, we saw something very similar come back right out of the gate from Unsold Stuff. There's one thing that we haven't talked about yet. In the post-game, watching the two teams play, when Rampage won their first game, they seemed very happy and very, very excited at how well they were playing. When we saw Unsold Stuff after that last game, they seemed very stressed. They were in a situation where they all looked like, God, thank God it's over. Now, this is the best of 5. We've played the first 2 games, but you still have at least 2 more to play. And that mental resilience can be a really big deal. They play best of 3s throughout the regular season, just like many other regions. But a best of 5, that's at least an extra game that you have to play every single time. And just being able to keep up performance over long periods of time could be really big. And we'll have to see exactly how these two teams manage to keep that up as we move into game 3 once again.
Yeah. Right now, though, we're going to take a short break. Again, I'm Zenzen Nelson, joined by the Joushi Howard. We'll be right back with more LJL action right after this. That's really correct. And you know, like I said before we took the break, I'm really curious how the draft phase between both these players or both these teams is going to adapt to what they've shown to each other today. We've seen a lot of priority on that Syndra. It's been picked and banned in both games so far. We've also seen a lot of priority on the Tom Kench. The team with the Tom Kench has won both games in this series. So yeah, and it's interesting too because I think that sort of exemplifies a difference in play style between Opperman and Evie. You know, Evie with Rampage has this strategy. They have this shout caller in Yutora Miyasi, who's a step above the rest of his team, and so they focus a ton of resources on him. In both Game 1 and in Game 2, we saw Yutora Miyasi trying to get a huge lead. Whereas Opperman is maybe more of a team player, a well-rounded guy, I suppose would be how I would describe it. Yeah, definitely a difference from earlier in the series where we had as many as 4 or 5 junglers picked or banned within the first round of the draft phase. Uh, yeah, a jungle fizz going to be the pick from Tussle. Something that I've actually seen now a couple times. Interesting. Okay, you right. Yeah. Yeah, I think I like this though. When USG has already locked in Camille, you want a champion that can duel, that can fight Camille's split push off. And if Fizz is the champion that he feels most comfortable on, that's going to be the way to go, 100%. Yeah, I could say Caitlyn here. I like that they USG opts to pinch the AD carry position after picking Ezreal. This guarantees Ezreal a really safe lane. You know, Ezreal not the strongest champion in lane. It's sort of hard for him to reach his full damage potential until he finishes the Trinity Force and starts getting into team fights. Um, So by making this conscious choice to pick your AD carry early on and then immediately ban out your opponent's options, you sort of guarantee safety for that guy to grow, and it will indeed be the Caitlyn for Rampage. Um, yeah, yeah. I think I like the Vi pick in this competition just because the enemy team doesn't. Rampage doesn't have sort of that tanky, beefy frontline that they had in the previous series. So now almost any team or any champion on Rampage is a good target for the Vi ultimate. Right, it's a good target to single art and really crush down with a couple abilities, and that's what they're going to look to do with their team composition. Meanwhile, Rampage, they have some pick potential. They have some siege potential with Syndra and Caitlyn, some extra range, and then they have some. Well, I don't know. I'm curious how Evie is going to build it. Right. Yeah. Yeah. There's something to be said as well in high pressure situations, going for the simple, clear cut team comp. In times of stress, when shot calling maybe falls apart a little bit, you're worried, you don't want to give up this game, this opportunity to make it to the finals of the LJL. Just play what you're comfortable with. Play something that does the shot calling for you, right?
Absolutely. And I just
Anyone on
realized,
USG lands CC ability, you just go in and just murder somebody.
yeah,
Um,
I just
no
realized
need to think it
I've
out.
been muted for the past however long it is since this game started. So, welcome back. Just quick rehash of what we've been talking about. USG has a very good team comp because they have very clear go conditions. You click on someone, you press R on someone with Vi and Camille, and that person is gone. Rampage has a little bit more difficult time going through everything. And one thing that a lot of people will talk about, you'll look at competitive picks and why different people will pick them, and people are like, oh, they pick the very strong champions. And yes, that's true, but at the competitive level in most scenes, it's not so much that they pick strong champions, it's that they pick low counterplay champions. If you're able to get a position on your opponent and you're able to click one button with Vi or Camille and say, hey, you're dead, then you can do a really good job, and it's able to do things that your opponent necessarily can't do anything about.
Yeah. So going back, I want to highlight the mastery choices between these players because they revealed a little bit about what they want to do. Neo has opted to take Thunderlords on, not necessarily something that we see all the time, but really just emphasizing the burst potential of this champion and trying to snowball a lead in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Additionally, we also saw that Evie, instead of opting for a damage keystone, he has instead taken that Grasp of the Undying. So we do know that that's going to be a sort of a tank or bruiser build up in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really good to know. And it's something that's going to go, uh-oh, okay. Tussle does manage to pick it up with the red. Doesn't manage to spot out Neo as he goes in for that pollen plant to reveal everyone on the other side. Does pick up the scuttle and gives his bot lane a lot more safety, especially against this Vi. Who, if she chooses to go over the wall with her Q, won't have that up immediately after for the gank. It'll take a little bit, but Ramune, once again, on his signature champion, is able to push around his lane opponent once more.
Yeah, and it's difficult to say. I mean, here in the West, we don't see a whole lot of Ari in this current metagame, and so I'm still not 100% sold on the strength of this champion on this current patch. We'll have to see if Remind can change my mind. He does have the option to, with the extra mobility from the Spirit Rush, he will be able to hopefully dodge the Scatter the Weak.
Uh-oh.
And
That's a lot of damage from Evie.
yeah,
Uh-oh.
oh, this is really weird.
Here comes Neo. He hasn't been spotted by a ward yet. As he goes through, there aren't any pings. They don't seem to know he's there yet, but with that cone going across, they should know where he is now. And with Neo going towards the mid lane, this could potentially be dangerous for Ramune.
Can I
Tussle.
just say that's like really clever pathing out of Neo, using the blast cone to avoid the Tribrush ward, and then using his Q to avoid the scuttle crab vision.
Yeah,
Uh,
that was pretty
in
good.
in a different situation, like had Evie not been backing off, and had Opperman not had to use teleport, that would have been a fantastic gank.
Look at Evie's build. He's got two
Uh,
Dark Seals.
yeah. So I want to talk about that a little bit. So back when Darksteel was released, I think that it was a very strong item. It seems kind of weird. Why would you buy this snowbally item? In any sort of competitive scene, but it actually does give a lot for its stats. Corrupting Potion, already has a large healing factor to it. And then Dark Seal has an ability that extends the value of all of your potions by 25%. So if you take that, the Biscuit Mastery, and pick up a Dark Seal, you're looking at
Here
a
goes
lot of
Evie.
sustain.
Now that was interesting. Did you see what kind of shield Opperman built or got off of that passive right there? He got a
Yeah,
physical
it
damage
looked
shield.
like it
Oh,
was an
here goes
AD
Dara
one.
as the
Oh,
flame
Dara
gets
has the
across.
flash.
And Neo's going to come down. He still has his Q available. He's going to go for Dara. No, he's going to go for Utori, and it's going to be potentially playing its own
Yo!
two people. Dara's going to have to flash out using the exhaust. He is going to live. And that is so many summoners blown across both teams. Both of the bot lanes have all of their summoners blown, and that is eventually going to be a win here for Unsold Stuff as they do manage to get the wave pushing and regain the CS lead once again as they start to move forward. But Ramune is starting to experience a little bit of trouble here up against Remind as he's very pushed in, still doing all right. But now that Ari has 6 and is able to present some threat, it's potentially really big. But Opperman got a physical damage shield, and here they go, getting the giant fish behind. There's nowhere to run. Opperman has to be right here. Tussle goes in. Evie is taking damage. He can easily drop it with a Playful Trickster, and he's going to do it right there. And the first blood is going to go over to Tussle. And look at the huge minion wave that is left behind right there. Here comes Remind going on to Ramune. Flashes forward. Is going to miss the charm. And that is going to mean that Ramune is going to be able to walk away fairly cleanly with just his flash.
Yeah, I have to give huge props for Rampage for the timing of that gank. They really set that up slowly and
Uh,
waiting until Evie hit level 6 and then just going in while Opperman was still level 5. So he didn't really have a way to find a counter.
yeah.
I also
Did you see how much CS that cost Opperman? He did not have his teleport. They knew that, and they. What is this little? Hello, little
hmm.
dude.
I promise there's not a Lee Sin in the
Yeah,
bush.
absolutely not. But that definitely cost Opperman at least 10 CS, as well as all the experience that goes with that. So that's going to give Evie a huge advantage. He gets the assist, gets the first what do you call it? The first stack onto that Dark Seal, as well as over a 20 CS lead, as well as having a flash advantage and very soon a TP advantage as well.
Yeah. Really, really huge first gank. That's at least half a level difference between the two champions now. So now Evie will have an advantage in that
Yeah.
from now until the end of time,
Uh-oh.
unless
There's some good
Vi comes
damage
up
going on.
there.
Look at the damage coming out from that Fizz. Now, it's interesting to me that earlier in the game, Oppaman did get a physical damage shield, but it's since transitioned to that magic damage on the Fizz.
Yeah,
I was just going to say, I'm surprised that Riot has put in something related to the code that actually, tries to figure out whether or not you do more physical or magic damage based on your champion. And just the fact that it transitions like that is very impressive to me. Well done to Riot's coders.
yeah. And you can see that difference being because Fizz is doing that W max to enhance his auto attacks in conjunction with the corrupting potion. You're really seeing it to start to burn into Oppaman and reduce his effectiveness. Remind now, looking for a roam down bot
He's
is
looking for
gonna.
Tussle. Finds a pink word instead. But
Yeah, he has to be careful though. Doesn't want to overcommit. Neo level 6 coming down to the bot lane. Will he be able to find something? Does step on a trap.
ooh, big damage coming out from Utori. That's going to take Neo down to half, and this could potentially be really big. The Sonic Wave does land onto Remind. That could have been a really big go button since both of the top laners do have those teleports, and Evie has the flash. With that pushed in, I'm a little bit
Oh
surprised.
no.
Oh, here we go. Tussle goes in, gets so much damage onto Remind, not able to get the killing blow onto them. But forcing the flash and the ultimate out, that could be a lot of damage in this top lane turret and could potentially transition into something even more. Tussle still looking around the red side dragon, but here comes Evie. Ooh, trading both of those two abilities of the of the invulnerability. But Evie taking so low. Is the minions gonna get him? No, he's not. That stone skin passive that he has is going to be enough to keep him alive, reducing the auto attack damage from all the minions.
Here comes Neo though. Will he be able to find
There's
more
the
of the
go button.
flash?
Ramune getting forced away. Scatter of the Weak is going to push him a little bit back. Saves him a lot. I'm not convinced that Unleashed Power onto NT was the greatest idea, but it is going to force them to stay away. He does have all of his abilities back up, and Tussle is a very scary Lee Sin right now. But there's that go button that we see from Neo, just unfortunately not able to really make the difference that it needs to do. Evie teleports in at a little bit over half health. He's going to use those corrupting potions, go back top lane, and continue developing the double CS lead advantage that he has right now.
Yeah, and you can see now why you don't see Fizz very often in the top lane, but you can see absolutely that it is a Camille counter. Anytime Oppaman looks to use his ultimate to lock up the little fish, he just uses Playful and Trickster, and all of a sudden is free to move around however he'd like. And that's going to be a huge problem for Oppaman without help from Neo. He's going to be behind in this lane, at least until he reaches an item threshold like a Trinity Force, where he might be able to fight back.
Absolutely, and he's opting to go for the Phage part of Triforce first, simply because he needs the health from that. And, when you're going up against a Sheen Fizz, it's definitely not in your favor. You're going to sit there and hope your base damages are higher, but Fizz has fantastic base damages on a W max. As he starts to move towards that Triforce, he's going to hit it very early relative to his lane opponent. Especially with a 40 CS difference. That's absolutely massive. But we're starting to move around. We're starting to look for more objectives. There are slight CS advantages on all of the lanes for Rampage as they move around. Uh-oh, there goes another fish. Starting to go in on Oppaman. He's waiting for the ultimate to come out. Gets a little bit of, sustained back from that sweeping kick. It's not going to be enough. But Evie is putting the fear into Oppaman over and over again. And they're looking for the roam up. Remind is standing on a pink ward. Potentially a pick coming out here from Tussle. But no, chooses not to do it. His top laner is too low. They're not comfortable doing it. And Syndra's like, nah, man. I want the CS mid lane.
Yeah. Happy to... I think Tussle just really wanted to be there to sort of ensure that Evie got out of that situation safely.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate the aggressiveness of Evie. Using the ultimate cooldown.
Scatter of the Weak getting the stun? No, not followed up.
Yeah.
Here comes Tussle.
Not going to be enough. But, in principle, it seems strange, right? Why would I use my ultimate on cooldown every single time if I don't think that I have kill pressure?
Hmm.
Um, but Evie just wants to keep Opperman down as long as possible, knowing that he lost like that 20 CS um, wave. What was it, like 6 minutes ago now? He's gonna be ahead as long as just keep him out of the lane. So that's what he's gonna try to do uh, every single time that that fish is available.
Absolutely, and he's also picking up those ninja tabi. They're good for lane, but they're also good for the rest of the game. As Heretti is, for probably the first time in the series, having a CS advantage up over Yutori, and he's going to be a decently strong ADC as well as the Vi. But here comes a lot of pressure. Neo and Remind are starting to move towards his bot lane. They don't see that Tussle is there though. This could potentially be very explosive. They're looking for him as he comes back. They know vaguely where he is. And this
Oh
could be
man.
very big.
You know, and
Uh
USG,
oh.
they're playing really
Uh
smart.
oh.
Will they be able to pick up this kill? No, they're just gonna pass it off.
Yeah, we were looking to see if Neo had flash there, and he did not, in fact, have it up. If they did, that could have been a very different story. But right now, Evie is going to continue pressuring the top lane, maintaining and even growing his CS lead. And now he's going to be able to start roaming and start looking for kills elsewhere on the map since they're so far ahead. We still haven't seen the first dragon come up either. It's 14 minutes, and this is the longest we've seen without an objective go down between these two teams.
Yeah, it's difficult for
Uh-oh.
Rampage. I mean, obviously they're making a huge advantage lane, um, but that doesn't transition very well to other places in the map. It does look like Tussle has started up the Ocean Drake.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, had an idea of where Neo was. Evie was able to find the Bush.
The bush.
Um, sorry, ward the red buff and sort of saw Neo up towards the top half of the map. And so, with that
Uh-oh.
knowledge,
There
they
it
feel
goes.
comfortable taking the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, a lot of damage going on to Opman. He is going under the turret. I'm not sure that taking all those auto attacks was quite worth it, but then you remember that he has the Corrupting Potion and the double Dark Seal, so all of his potions are super effective. Ooh, missing the Scatter the Weak. That could have transitioned into a very dead Ari, but with the flash up, Fish comes up, and we know how silly that ability is. Opman's going to use that ultimate to try and get a little bit of safety. Evie's going to go in and is going to take down that Camille. Ooh, takes an extra turret shot and a little extra minion shots. He's going to be fine as he walks out. With that, Sheen's going to pick up the first turret of the game. And that's a big gold lead going over to RPG.
Yeah.
Oh, is he going to overstay? Neo is coming around here. He
Ooh.
Ooh! There's the damage coming out from that Vi that we were talking about before. Not even needing the Thunderlord's proc. Not a shutdown, but they did get the turret, right?
Definitely
Yes, they
helps.
did.
Yeah, that is going to be first turret gold heading over to RPG. Some small victory. Oh, the
Flash
flash.
coming in from Neo. Reminds coming around the corner, getting the charm up. Tussle is going to go down. That is going to be the equalizing kill. 2 kills onto Neo right now on that Vi. That's going to be a very scary dive champion as we start to move into the mid game.
Yeah, and uh, you know, I appreciate USG are looking so much more decisive. They feel like maybe the nerves has
Uh-oh.
calmed down a little bit.
Yeah, Evie's coming down here into Neo. Neo doesn't have flash or ultimate. Is going to have to get away. Syndra's nowhere near, so Evie's just going to be posturing by himself, ensuring that his mid laner does pick up that blue buff for themselves.
Yeah, but even just like the confidence from Neo to know that, hey, if I ult this Lee Sin,
He'll
like
get
even
that
with flash, even
damage.
with whatever, we will be able to get the charm. We will be able to follow up, and we will be able to kill the
Yeah.
secure the kill. And that was from like a pretty far distance, uh, right? From like the entrance to the jungle to the mid lane, all the way into the river.
Absolutely. And here
Remind able to follow up.
we're gonna see. I'd like to see Evie transition his lead into other lanes. He doesn't have a teleport available because he tried to pick up that kill onto Neo there, but they are. He is in a position where he can start to snowball this game out of control if he starts to help his team. And surprisingly, Rampage does not have a natural lead coming out of these lanes right now. Syndra is going roughly even with their opponent, but behind a little bit due to the assist. And Yutori is actually not ahead of his opponent for the first time. And
Yeah,
it's
I
a
think that Remind is doing a really good job of playing to the strengths of Ari. you see constantly Remind just hard shoving this mid lane, knowing that he can do so pretty safely as long as he has his ultimate available.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it's allowed him to put so much more pressure on the map than Ramune. But here
Uh-oh.
we
We can
see
see a fight here. Evie goes in onto Neo. They do trade the ultimates there. Opens onto Tussle, trying to get a little bit. Remind's going to be the first one around. Neo does go down first. Or never mind. Tussle goes down first. Evie is looking for a spot to flash out. He does have his flash available, but he's trying to get a return kill. And he does pick up the
ooh.
kill with the Ignite onto that Fizz. And that's big. They are not able to transition the power of Evie's Fizz into anywhere, but Yutori does finally manage to pick up the first turret for himself, and they're starting to even up elsewhere. But with the kills starting to go on to important members, as anti, obviously, you always want to put your kills onto your support, no matter what. But
Clearly.
clearly, if our games are anything to say about it, it's always where the kills will end up, even if you want to put them on there,
Yeah.
regardless of
Shoutouts to
that.
Doa. Love me some thirsty supports. Bloodthirsty supports. Um, yeah, Yutori Miyasi able to get at least some advantage from the bottom lane because NT had roamed up to help with that fight. Ezreal was not able to hold the turret for much longer. We'll be able to trade that back. Still, though, I really appreciate how these players are not afraid of this game. You know, at least this far early on into the game, they're playing much more
Uh-oh.
decisively.
Okay, he's fine.
Yeah. Does not have the Vi ultimate available to him. Will not, in fact, attempt to murder the blind monk. Um, they're going to be okay there.
Yeah, it's always just, stop hitting me.
Yeah.
But here we go. Haredi does finish up that Manamune, starting to work towards that Triforce or Iceborne. I wouldn't be surprised with either of them in this game. He already has that Ninja Tab Eye, so they're starting to move up. But the 4-man stack here from Rampage as they start to move towards the turret. 5-man stack, excuse me. The fish does grab onto Vi. He's forced way back. Tussle does get Death Sentence, but it's not going to be enough as the next dragon is starting to come up. We do see a vision advantage going over for Unsold Stuff. I always want to say Unstable something. That actually sounds like a good team name or a good band name, shall we say. A dibs.
Sure.
But starting to move around. Dara is going to
Oh,
be caught up by
remind.
Remind. Gets missed by the charm as they start to move forward. Great shield, great flash. Heal coming out. Yutori's trying to get a little bit of damage down onto Enti, but he's a very tanky Thresh already. Tussle's trying to put damage back onto the support as well. He has no flash. He is caught in the middle, but Neo being a good guy, Vi taking that for his teammate, blocking it up from his partner in, I guess, anti-crime, shall we say, of Caitlyn right there. But we're starting to move forward. Second Ocean Drake of the game. This isn't going to give not unstable, Jesus, Unsold Stuff any kind of advantage. Just going to equalize the Ocean Drake that the other team has. So, goes back, the advantage that RPG had is going to be nullified. But
Yeah.
with the mid lane turret taken, I'm sure they're happy with the event so far.
I'm actually, more that I think about it, I think USG, this is actually a really good roam into the second tier. Will they be
Yeah,
able
it
to
could be
find anything?
dangerous. NT is caught out a little bit, getting a lot of damage down onto the support. No wards left behind them, interestingly. They know it'll be swept. Dara is taking a lot of damage, has no flash. Everybody else is going to be alright, but they're not going to chase him too much. He's a very fast support right now.
Yeah. Smart roaming by RPG. But I actually do like grabbing the Ocean Drake for USG because RPG
Here,
has
Evie's
this.
coming around to the teleport behind. He does not complete it, baiting that flay. That's how you use your summoners, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that was
Ambitious.
really interesting. Like the entire team was on top of that. Like NT was raring to go. That flay was gonna connect if Evie had gone. Uh, I appreciate the attempts at the backdoor, but not
Yes.
absolutely the correct decision to cancel.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking a little bit about the different playstyles of the top laners before, and Evie, we were talking about a little bit more of a, help to protect the ADC, and I'm not sure who made the call for that teleport and who made the call to cancel it, but it was not particularly well advised.
Yeah. For what it's worth, though, even though he does sort of use up his summoner spell, he did defend the mid lane turret
He
from
did.
taking some extra damage. So at the very least, he did stop some aggression, but it's not worthwhile.
Yeah, nah. With the teleport advantage squarely in Unsold Stuff's hands for the next several minutes, Opman will be able to split push, relatively safely because they know that the lack of the global will give the rest of his team an opportunity to do things around the rest of the map. While Fizz can only really look for kills right now, and as Opman's starting to pick up a couple more items, get a little bit more tanky, a little bit more dually, it's going to be a lot more difficult for him to find those solo kills once again. He's tried so many times and just has not been successful thus far. Uh-oh,
Yeah,
does find him a little bit, but not able to put any real damage onto it. Just going to have to force pushing off on the side. Now, the lack of the global is good for Unsold Stuff, but it is not necessarily that much of an advantage if your top laner is still so far behind. 70 CS right now.
yeah.
Behind not a Flame Horizon, but look at that. Just trading damage, poking in, and slowly getting damage on this turret. When you don't have a global on someone who normally does, you have a couple of options. One, if they're really ahead like he is now, you can leave him off on his own. Uh-oh,
Neo
Neo goes in.
though,
Utori's taking so much damage. He uses the heal. It's not going to be enough. Remind is taking a little bit of damage and also picks up a double kill. That is going to be the entire bot lane going down. There's the go button that we
wow.
were talking about.
Yeah, USG playing really confidently. You have to imagine that Neo and Remind have played this composition, this two-man squad with Vi and Ari before because they're just so confident.
Uh-oh, here goes Tussle, taking a lot of damage. Safeguards away to Romney. The Scatter of the Week's only going to knock away Entity. That's not going to be enough, probably. He flashes forward. Here comes Opperman with his ultimate. Gives the ultimatum to Romney and says, you cannot leave. And Romney's like, well, I guess you're right. But, yeah, it's going to be it. They do manage to pick it up. And just go buttons all over the place on Unstable. Not unstable, Jesus. But here we go. Evie and Opperman fighting a little bit. Not a whole lot of damage. We are starting to see Evie's Fizz as we start to get later into the game. It's a very strong early mid game pick, but now we're starting to move solidly into the middle mid game and the
Mhm.
early late game. It's going to be very difficult for him to do a whole lot of stuff, and now he's just going to have to transition to a very very tanky fish and just slowly grind down the other team. But here we go. Here's that go button once again.
Look at that. That's like Lee Sin mechanics right there. Jumping over the wall and then flash ult. Neo really showing off what he can do with this champion. You don't usually see like a whole lot of like super flashy stuff out of Vi besides maybe like Flash Q.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
that was fantastic.
That was absolutely one of the best solo plays I've ever seen come out of a Vi. He gets the flash stun onto Ramune so he can't do anything, and then he ultimates Utori in the middle of his team right in time for a charm to come down from Ari. That was fantastic play, and Neo, while he didn't have a very good first game, is really showing up in both these games. But let's take a look one more time at the gold totals along the top. Despite being up 7-2, they're still behind in gold.
Yeah, it really is anyone's game, and
Starting
it's
the Baron.
it's interesting because it's still really even. The 1K gold advantage for RPG is basically entirely on their top laner. So in any fight where Evie is not present, the match is still an even game.
Yeah, uh-oh. Good damage going on to Remind. Death Sentence onto Evie's not going to be enough. He is going to be able to ultimate out of that. But it does mean they do have a small window. The Dragon's coming up in the next 10 seconds to really pressure Unsold Stuff around.
Yeah, Remind making a small realizes that he's caught out from the rest of his team, has to burn the Spirit Rush away. At least does not pay for it with his life. However, that will give RPG the first Infernal Drake of the game.
Yeah, and that's going to be really big as we start moving through. There's not a whole lot necessarily that benefits from it. There's no one who's going to be building just like straight AD, like a Jin or something that gets massive benefits out of that Infernal. But, just having a little bit of extra damage across your entire team is fantastic as they start to move around. And the Syndra's really going to enjoy that as she does pick up Leandre's second completed item. And interestingly, some Merchant Shreds as well.
Yeah. On second thought, I actually like that choice.
QSS isn't going to be helpful here, but there is a ton of CC on USG, and even just like not getting completely wrecked by a charm or reducing the duration of Camille's stun, even just by a little bit, might be the difference between life and death for Ramune.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like it. It's just a very unusual thing. You tend not to see that on many mid laners simply because they tend to prefer Ionians or sorcerers shoes as they just move around the extra CDR or the magic penetration. But it is, like you said, it is very good with so many go buttons on the other team. I don't believe it reduces the duration of Camille's ultimate at all, nor will it do anything with the assault and battery coming out from Vi. But with the amount of CC that Unsold Stuff has available to them on their team, it'll definitely see good use on throughout the game. I'd be very interested to see if Riot had provided us with something like um, seconds reduced of CC just as a stat.
Yeah, that
And
would be neat. Sort of
so,
like how Death Stance now states the number of times that you barely survive from the damage reduction.
yeah, absolutely. Death Stance. What's the other one? Or like just the red trinket showing how many wards you've cleared, or the like Knight's Vow showing how much damage you've dealt, or extra damage you've survived or damage you've blocked, or the Locket of the Solar. There's so many items now that Riot started to do that with that we can just see how impactful it is, even if we normally can't necessarily see it. It'd be
Yeah.
really nice to see that kind of thing with like a tenacity item, just being able to see, oh, those Mercury treads saved me a full minute of being stunned over the course of this game, right?
So I want to briefly talk about item builds because there's a small window here where USG is much more powerful than RPG right here if they can force a fight. Um, Neo has just completed his Guardian Angel for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Additionally, Ari has just hit a 2 item power spike with both Rabadon's Death Cap and Morellonomicon, and the
Uh-oh,
hook
Death Sentence onto
lands.
Tussle. Here comes Optimum from around the side. Ultimatum goes down to Tussle, and there's nothing he can do. You cannot leave that, but they do try and give it over to Remind, but it's not going to go over to him. It's going to go over to NT instead. With the jungler dead, they're going to move towards Baron very quickly. And with all 5 members in a very high damage team comp, this could be a very, very rapid Baron. And
Oh, reminds looking for the flank.
Ramna uses the cleanse, getting a lot of damage onto Enti. He will go down, but they're going to trade it very quickly for Dara. Ramna is not going to be able to fight out from this Remind. Evie's in the middle of the enemy team, but Ramna does manage to survive. The redemption is going to come in. He is going to be healed up just a little bit. Playful Tricksters over the wall, takes another shot from the back from Heretti. And this is going to be a very, very scary situation where they have 2 members super low. Evie's going to back and they'll likely teleport immediately back, and Utori is here to finally do something with the team fighting. We haven't seen him in much fighting throughout this entire game as he starts to move in right now, throws down the pink, starts to put damage down to the enemy jungler.
Oh, that's a
Xander
lot of
misses.
damage.
They're trapped in the pit. Here comes Evie doing so much damage, misses the flash over the wall, but the Guardian Angel is down. The Remind is taken. Now that is going to be 2 members. Good trap there. Picked up by Rampage as Unsold Stuff manages to pick up the Baron.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that Baron. I think Unsold Stuff thought that they were further ahead than maybe they thought they were. The Ocean Drake coming up huge for our able to sustain their members that started off at low HP. Evie now back, with the teleport, able to contest that Baron quite well, and now they'll be able to take the inhibitor even.
Yeah, that's I like the decisiveness, but the actual shot call I'm not super convinced about. You do get the Baron, which is great. It's a kills worth of gold for every member on your team, but you lose 2 members, 2 turrets, and an inhibitor. Overall, it's not worthwhile, and I think if there had been a little bit more decisiveness in the following. In the fight that followed immediately after the Baron, it could be very difficult. But here's the play once again.
Yeah, and here we see a great catch on Oram. Remind has this fantastic flank, but isn't able to kill Ramane. This is really important. For whatever reason, he misses the Q to finish off the kill, and Evie also runs away with his life. Then later on, they're able to run back and pressure the Baron and make that play happen.
Absolutely, and the ability to cast Redemption while dead coming in clutch as Dara gets that redemption down onto Evie, save his life, and allowing him to come back to recontest the Baron the second time.
Yeah.
But we have
Now the
a Cloud Drake coming up in about 15 seconds, and with Super Minions starting to barrel down the mid lane for Rampage, it could potentially be very big.
oh, here
And
they go.
reminds in the top lane, Fish does not land, and the other Fish is just going to walk away very sadly. But with the Dragon up right now, they should be able to take this pretty easily with Unsold Stuff completely on the wrong side in order to
Yeah,
convince that.
looks like they're happy to trade the Cloud Drake for the turret and continue to put pressure both on top and mid lane. Um, RPG has to hurry back to their base if they want to defend both of these turrets.
Yeah, absolutely. And Evie's actually going to go around. It looks like he's trying to find something. Ramune is going to be able to clear this out pretty easily, but there's a Guardian Angel on True Mind now. Both of our mid laners are building very defensively. Guardian Angel and a Zhonya's on both of them. They both recognize how dangerous it is for both of their champions to get caught with any kind of CC.
Yeah. And with the sort of dancing in and out style that we've seen these players sort of take to team fights, it makes sense to have ways to survive, like even if one charm lands or one stun lands, to have that ability to save yourself at least once is definitely valuable.
Death Sentence onto Tussle does get hit by the charm. That's so much damage. He still has a Guardian Angel, but it's taken a lot. They are going to slowly back away. Utori is very far forward, barely misses the Q from Vi as they start to move forward. Ramune is going to try and get a little bit more damage. He's already used his ultimate previously in another character, but here comes Evie coming around the side, throws out the Fish. He wants blood. He dances over, uses Playful Trickster. Empty is taken very low, but Ramune on the wrong side, and here comes the teleport from Camille on the backside. They're in a very bad spot. Neo needs to get taken down quickly. Tussle does manage to pick it up, and now Opperman's on the wrong side. Evie barely managed to survive, and Empty also super low, and we do end up seeing the jungle traded for that support, and this could be a good thing for Rampage, but we did see how low several members of Unsold Stuff managed to get. Anti barely getting out with just the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, what a wonky fight. I think Aquaman maybe backed a little bit too early. He had the he left the fight, and that created a problem where here let's watch this again. So they get the hook onto Tussle. They manage to chunk him down super low. They don't manage to kill him, and he's unable to really rejoin the fight easily. Opperman gets chunked out super low, and he wants to leave the fight. So he's going to run way out there. Evie's seeing an opportunity. He tries to re-engage. With the enhanced Baron recall, he goes ahead and takes the back, and now NT's super low. They think that they get a catch on Ramune, but the cleanse keeps him alive. Neo then ends up split too far away from the team because of that cleanse, and then a clutch flash, sort of funny exchange between Evie and NT, where they swap positions on the map and don't actually see each other.
But yeah, that was very interesting.
Here Ooh, the flash!
Coming around, Utori taking so much damage, and he's given the ultimatum, taken once more. That's so many go buttons, and that's going to be 2 members dead already. The bot lane already out for Rampage, and Tussle's going to be the last one. The Guardian Angel's pop is not going to be very good for him. He tries to get over the wall, but is not able to do so. Still has a flash available. Evie on the backside is not able to pick anything up, but Ramune and Evie are the only 2 members. Luckily, there's not a whole lot for Unsold Stuff to do in the meantime. Ramune gets a good scatter of the week onto Opperman. He's trying to run away, but there's not a whole lot. Remind's going to find him, misses the charm, misses the death sentence. There's no blast cone there, so this should be it. The scatter of the week is keeping him alive a lot longer, but he's just stalling right now. There's not a whole lot he can do.
Yeah, 4 for 0 when all things are said. And I have to feel bad for Yatori Miyasi. You know, we have these memes about 80 carry in 2017, and that fight really exemplified how difficult it can be to play that position. You know, doing everything that he can to run away from these champions. He gets flash ulted by Ari, dodges the charm, doesn't even matter, runs away, gets assault and batteried, and then Camille ulted. Like, what are you gonna do? There's nothing there for you.
Absolutely. It's just, it is very difficult. They have so many go buttons, and they're already back up once again. They can do the exact same thing once more, and it's very difficult. Does pick up that Quicksilver Sash, giving it a little bit more survivability, but I'm sorry, bud. if Vi and Camille and Ari want you dead, there's not a whole lot that your team can do about it. It's going
Yeah.
to be very difficult for them to do anything. They're going to have to find picks on their own terms. And again, ooh, almost press the go button one more time.
Yeah.
But
And
Yutori doesn't have a lead.
yeah, and this is the first time really that he hasn't been in a strong position, and now he's forced to choose between building a Last Whisper item or like a Guardian Angel to keep himself alive.
Yeah, and here we
And
go.
USG is just going to go straight for the Baron with a blue.
It's already down to half right now. I don't know if it's going to be easy to contest. Evie throws the fish in. They're going to try and go for a steal. It does go over to Unsold Stuff. There goes Remind doing so much damage, but the exhaust is able to get him down. He is popped in his Guardian Angel. Tussel's going to have to run away, but there goes his first
Yutori.
go. There goes Yutori as Opperman is able to get in. Neo's going to try and get it. Evie on the backside, still not strong enough. Dara and Romney are sitting around. They're not going to be able to save their fishy friend too quickly. He's quickly turned into sashimi as they run over Rampage as they start to run down the middle lane. Run it down mid, boys.
Yeah, that should be at least 2 turrets. The Guardian Angel coming up huge for Remind, able to rejoin the fight after somewhat lackluster positioning at the beginning there. Now with a teleport, they will be able to easily pick up this inhibitor. They might, in fact, go for the game. It does look like that's what they want to do.
There's 20 seconds on both Evie and Yutori. This could be very easy to end. Look at how much damage they're doing to the turret. Death Sentence on Ramne is cleansed. Tussel's going to be going down very quickly. Neo looking for the stun. Does get it as he safeguards away. Opperman, excuse me, almost getting taken down. There goes Ramne, and there's Dara on the backside. And that is Unsold Stuff going up 2-1. As we move into Game 4 of the semifinals of the LJL.
Yeah. Really well played by USG. You can see both teams starting to play better. Maybe there was some nerves, maybe they needed to warm, but they feel these games feel much more decisive. They feel much more in control than the stuff that we saw in Game 1 of this series. RPG now needs to find a way to adapt. This is something different than what they saw in Game 1 and 2. They didn't see a decisive, aggressive team composition like this before. Yeah, and I need to know what they're going to do to fix it.
I think, honestly, they just got entirely outpicked in that game. We saw them have an early lead up top with the Fizz, but a couple of poor TPs and lack of ability to finalize kills onto the enemy top laner. There was not enough aggression coming out from Tussle trying to help out Evie's Fizz. If they had gotten 1 or 2 more kills onto that Fizz would have become unkillable and an absolute monster as they moved around. But they didn't do that, and his lead just slowly boiled away as they go through. And then they had no go buttons. They had no win conditions left to them. They were looking for an Elder Dragon or a Baron of their own, but they were out-rotated. Yutori didn't have a large lead. Ramen and Syndra, played solidly throughout the game. It was not in a position to carry the rest of the team, and they just slowly burned down, and they didn't have anything to do. They had to wait. They had to wait for the giant engage tools to come in from Unsold Stuff as they just piled Assault and Battery into Ultimatum, into Charm, and is not anything that Yutori can do. He's behind, and the carry positions just couldn't do anything for Rampage. So they need to find something to do again.
Yes, they need to find a more cohesive team comp going into Game 4 of this series. Now on match point for Unsold Stuff Gaming, they have to feel the pressure, but they just have to find a team composition that works for them. Maybe going back to, if that Tahm Kench is available, maybe being able to pick that up and continue to play this dancing style where they focus on your AD carry and allow him to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. And Yutori has been a fantastic force in their previous games. The first game, he didn't die. Second game, he went 1-3-1, but had 150 CS lead up on his opponent. That game, I don't remember what his score was off the top of my head, but he didn't have a lead, and that's very unusual for him. So, previously, he's had a fantastic season, a 10.2 KDA on the season, but that's on Ezreal, Jhin, and Varus. predominantly making it up, having a 6-1, 5-1, 5-1 records on all those champions. His Caitlyn, it wasn't a bad champion, but it just didn't do the job that it needed to do. And if we see him onto something, they need to put a little bit more emphasis on giving him a lead and just letting him do his thing, because he is very clearly one of, if not the strongest players, if not on his team, or if not in the game, then definitely on his team.
Yeah. Looking forward into the next match, I'm really looking forward to Unsold Stuff Gaming. I want to see more of what they did in that last game. I think that if they continue to play to their strengths, this sort of synergy between Neo and his mid laner, they continue to play these pick compositions, I think that they can see real success. And I want to see that sort of style from them. Rampage needs to go back to what they know. They need to go back to allowing Yatori to really shine and carry the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, once again, we're going to take a short break. This is Joshua Joushi Howard and Zenzen Nelson coming at you from Seattle. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
Peace.
Welcome back, everyone. We're about to get into Game 4 right here between Rampage and Unsold Stuff Gaming. This is Josh with Joushi Howard and Zenzen Nelson coming at you once again live from Seattle, Washington. It is nearly 4 a.m. and it is, it's about normal time for me, but I know my co-caster is starting to get a bit tired.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's been a journey. I've thoroughly enjoyed watching these games. We've seen really an adaptation between both teams over the course of this series. Plus, who doesn't like commentating in pajamas? It's pretty great, I have to say. I'm having a good time.
I would love to see our Japanese co-casters doing the exact same thing. I think Eyes, the gentleman here on our left, would look fantastic with just like a onesie on, like a Dino onesie. He could be Dino Nar.
Oh my god.
And I would
Please?
absolutely love to see that. But we are going to have to talk about the last game a little bit more. It was a very dominant performance by Unsold Stuff.
Yes, they looked so much more confident and so much more comfortable on this go button, as we kept calling it, composition. Well, they pressed a single ability and just went off on one character. We'll have to see how RPG adapts in this series.
Yeah, and they're, Unsold Stuff's going to start out with that Lucian ban. Yutori Moyashi has had great performances on that champion both times, even though they lost game 2, was still a very strong champion for him. But this Ivern has been banned by Rampage in every game so far.
Yeah.
And I just have to wonder, how strong is Neo's Ivern? In the notes that I had prepared before this, he has 5 games over the season. He had a 7.0 KDA and a 4-1 record on the season, but he hasn't played it in this matchup previously between these two teams. So I'm curious, what is so scary about Neo's Ivern that is worth drawing a first ban in 4 games?
Well, I mean, I do think that Ivern is an especially strong champion in competitive. He allows you to do a lot of neat things that is sort of unique to him. First off, he makes even with just him as the singular champion on your team, he makes every single one of your team fights like a dive composition, right? You land one of those Q abilities on a champion, and suddenly your entire team can jump on that person. Additionally, he's fantastic for dragon control. So I definitely see why they're worried about him. USG going to go ahead and pick up that ever-popular first pick Tom Kench top lane for Opperman. I like that. It's great to get that out of Rampage's hands, and he's definitely comfortable with it.
Yeah, and there we go. We do see Tussle picking up that Elise again. He's had decently strong games, a very comfortable champion for him, and he's just ready to play that at any given time. But we do see Yutori on one of his champions that he really enjoys playing once again. This is Varus for him. He's had 11.7 KDA on that champion over the season and a 5-1 record against a bunch of different teams. I don't believe. Oh, he has had... Ooh, Olaf. This is something that Neo has played several times, and the last time that he picked Olaf into Rampage, let's take a look. They did end up winning that game 12-5 at 33 minutes, going 2-1-6, having some great time on that, and it's going to be great against the Elise, against the Varus, and now against the Brand. I'm actually a big fan of that pick, especially when coupled with Opperman's Tom Kench, just able to eat him up as soon as he's done Ragnarocking around.
Yeah.
Be really
I think what would really work, I don't know if NT plays Karma, but I definitely feel like Karma would be a fantastic addition to the team. We'll have to see if they take that pick, just giving Olaf a little bit of extra move speed. Olaf's also a pretty solid pick. We see RPG has this, with their first 2 selections, they have a good CC and a Cocoon, as well as Tussle's ultimate to try and root up the enemy team. Neo doesn't care, right? He's just going to pop Ragnarok and just run at Yutori and try to kill him as quickly as possible. And I think that's definitely a strong choice for their team.
Absolutely. And once again, Opperman calling for the Singed ban. that's how strong this Tom Kench first pick is. You don't know where it's going. It could be played by Oppaman. It could be played by Empty. But it's very scary to play against Oppaman Singed, apparently. They don't want to play against it and they aren't certain that that's a top lane Tom Kench, so they have to ban it anyway. But here's Eyebrows looking to be picked up. One of your favorite champions.
Yeah, I actually am a Talia main, and so I'm really grateful to see that. I was also going to point out that neither team has banned or picked Syndra this game. This is an oddity. I would not be surprised if Remind goes ahead and picks up that champion. You know, it's been a staple of the series, but it hasn't been game breaking, I guess. Like we've seen several Syndra ultimates like 80% of a champion's health, but never actually enough to just finalize a kill. And so maybe USG looks for something different here.
Yeah, it hasn't been the press R outplay your opponent kind of character yet, but there is looking like we are going to lock that in for Remind. See, a very powerful Syndra coming down. And the Talia Syndra matchup isn't particularly bad for Talia as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, Talia does struggle with champions that can push her in a little bit, and Syndra has low mana costs on her Q ability, so that might be a concern. Please tell me that Tussle is going to swap. We're not going to see jungle Talia. Okay. Sorry.
I'd be more concerned with the mid lane Elise, to be honest. I remember that's how Riot had imagined her when they first released her, and everyone was just like, this champion doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going in. We do see the Camille picked up by Evie. He did have a good lead last time on that Fizz, and unfortunately was not able to turn it into anything beyond a lane advantage. So we'll have to see what he does with this lane bully up against, I believe it was the Tom Kench, correct? Yeah, he's playing up against the Tom Kench. He should be able to have a decent time in lane, but it's not going to necessarily be more impactful in fights unless he has a lead. But the Olaf pick.
Absolutely going to be huge. It's interesting because, there aren't things that specifically stop Olaf. Talia might be considered a soft Olaf ban. If Ramadi is able to land ultimate, Olaf will be forced to flash if he takes it over the wall, despite unstoppable. So that might be one reason to pick Talia, which will be kind of fun to see. You don't often see the mid team fight ultimate necessarily with a ton of effectiveness.
Yeah, it'll be difficult to do. I remember historically Jarvan the Fourth has been a decent counter to Olaf as a jungler, but Jarvan has not been played in the competitive scene for a little while now, but simply putting down that Cataclysm to stop him from moving around, we see a little bit of that coming out from Talia, but I'd be very surprised if that's the way they use their ultimate, because that's very difficult to do effectively, and if you do it wrong, well, that could very easily kill your own ADC, and that's not what you need to be doing when you have such a powerful ADC in Utori right here on this Varus.
One thing that we haven't really seen in this series at all that could happen in this game is a really strong split push game out of RPG. They finally have a lane in the top where they can play aggressive and potentially get a significant advantage, where Evie is able to 1v1 Oppaman even going into the later stages of the game. With that, they might be able to set up a 4-1 split push and take turrets with that strategy in mind. I don't know if that's going to be the gameplay of choice. It seems like both teams feel more comfortable with 5-on-5 brawling sort of fights, but I'm excited to see that option available to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at all the damage being put out onto NT before the game even starts.
Yeah. This is smart from RPG. We talked about this in game 1 as well, how Zyro wants to stand in lane to get an advantage with plants. So for that reason, Tussle and Evie will go ahead and start the jungle up in the top lane so that they can prevent that advantage from happening down at the bottom lane.
Yeah, and we have to point out the fact that Heretti started boots in this matchup because he wants to be able to dodge that Pillar of Flame, the piercing arrow coming out from the Rampage's bot lane, but he hasn't been able to do it so far particularly well. He does have the extra move speed, and there you go, another piercing arrow being taken right through the back as he tries to walk away, but it's going to be difficult. He's definitely in a disadvantaged spot in terms of damage due to taking that item to start. And he needs to be able to dodge these skill shots and pick up an advantage that way if he wants to really have an advantage out of that item choice. But he's already getting shoved in. Even if he gets all of these, he'll be 3 minions behind off of only 2 waves.
Yeah.
Off of only 2 waves, being 3 minions behind is really large at this level of play. And right now with Tussle on the bottom half of the map getting Yutori and Dara even more safety, it's going to be really dangerous. Neo's fine here, guys. Don't worry about it. It's Olaf.
Yeah. Olaf
Uh-oh.
traditionally jungles at a very low. That's a big trade from Remind onto Ramane. One of the difficulties that Talia has is you always have to make trade-offs between being able to trade with your opponent and being able to push the lane. And you see that she's standing on a ton of worked ground right now, which makes it difficult to pass damage off.
This could
this could be a
really
great
big.
gank.
Does get the cocoon down onto Enti. Lots of damage. A heal comes out already. That's going to be first blood going over to Tussle, and that's really big, putting extra gold into the hands of that bot lane with the assist going over to Yutori and Dara. They're going to be able to push in quite quickly, potentially get a little bit of damage, but with Olaf around here, it's going to be all right. But there we go. Evie's looking around. They know Olaf is on the bot half of the map, hopefully trying to get a little bit of counter jungling or some wards in, but that's really big. They still have all of their summoners except for Dara's Ignite, so that's potentially something that they can easily do next time on the grind. Here comes Evie, misses the stun just a little bit. Does get a good chunk down onto her mind, though, making Ramane's life just a little bit easier.
Yeah, one thing that you'll see a lot of these better mid lane or better top laners do is, take small advantages because it takes so long for minions to reach the top lane, since it's the longest lane with its curvature. You can frequently leave the lane and still be back in time and not lose a whole lot of experience. Evie taking that opportunity, even just to put down a little bit of damage onto Remind, is definitely beneficial.
Yeah, and we're starting to see a little bit of a trouble for Ramane here, as Remind is in an advantaged position, able to really start pushing around and start denying cannon minions from Ramane, and that's really big. Those are, each one's worth an extra minion on its own. And when people talk about having like 10 CS bonus is enough to, equal to a kill, well, you can just deny cannon minions over and over. It's even more effective at doing so. But, I had a thought, and then it totally blanked out. Oh, right, so advantage state. So something that you talk about in fighting games a lot. I'm going to transition this just a little bit. So in fighting games, there are 3 primary states that people talk about in terms of like positioning, footsies, and everything. There's advantage state, disadvantage state, and neutral state. So most people are familiar with the concept of neutral if you play fighting games. It's when you're both sitting in a position, just kind of do, whatever you want. You're both trying to move around, try and do something effectively, and find an opening on your opponent. But the ones that don't get talked about as much are advantage state and disadvantage state. And in advantage state, it's usually where you're starting a combo on someone. In a lot of games, like something like Street Fighter, for instance, you'll be able to get a full combo, and most characters don't have a good response or a combo breaker, as many people will talk about. But in a game like Super Smash Brothers, many characters have something that comes out super fast, even if you've already been hit.
Right.
And so right now we're definitely seeing, pretty big disadvantage states coming out for most of Unsold stuff right now. There's already a CS lead in the top lane. Some good positioning by Yutori and Dara, able to shove in the lane, and that's a 15 CS differential already at just the 6-minute mark. They're definitely in an advantage position, but you need to be able to push an advantage position, because if you can't push an advantage position and just end up resetting back into a neutral spot, it doesn't matter if you can constantly get the advantage if you don't take anything off of it. And right now, Rampage aren't pushing a whole lot with their advantage state like we would like to see.
Yeah. And it is worth noting that I believe that Rampage will have to sort of slow down their aggression. Yes, they are hard shoving. They're getting a CS lead down in the bottom lane. But as soon as Olaf hits level 6, that lane gets a whole lot scarier. Because Olaf can just run through the CC, doesn't really care about the amount of damage that Yutori and Dar are able to put out at this point in the game. And will just be able to chase them down and kill them. And so they have to be cognizant of that Tribush.
Yeah, and he is level 6 now, and there are the assist me pings coming down from Anti and Heredi calling down that Olaf to come Ragnaroking down into the lane. And with the fresh red buff, this could very easily be a very strong first gank coming out of Neo. And here he comes. Here comes the undertow. Caught in the undertow. Not this time. That was bad. not his play. I tried to make a joke there because Linkin Park, I'm sure for anyone in our age group, is a very common karaoke thing. You gotta sing, just get that angsty middle schooler coming out, just ready to belt out of the top of your lungs as you're caught in the undertow. But misses the undertow this time. Picks up the enemy blue buff. Does get it from Remind, but here comes the nothing.
Ooh.
It was a neat little wall, but unfortunately it's not going to be a whole lot. Uh-oh, here comes Neo down onto Ramne. He's going to be forced to flash, but with no flash on Neo's side, there's going to be a little bit of it. Optimum does commit the Abyssal Voyage to push Tussle away. That is going to be both Ramne and Tussle's flash as Unsold Stuff starts to move into the middle lane and the bottom half of the jungle.
Yeah, bit of an interesting exchange there. Like a really great idea from Tussle and Ramone to try and catch out Remind just didn't quite work out the way they liked. Ramone just mispositioned the wall just a teeny bit, ends up knocking Remind out of the way as opposed to locking them up.
Unleashed Power is going to push a lot of damage onto Ramone with not a whole lot of MR or anything yet.
Immediately after backing as well. That really is unfortunate. He's going to miss out on at least one more wave of minions.
Now, I believe
it's always nice when you can force an advantage just through using an ultimate.
Remind did flash after Ramone's ultimate, I believe, because it does look down to be around that time. So it was a very good spot trapping him. I don't think it pushed him out, but either way, it's a very cool ultimate. Just didn't quite pan out. They still have a slight lead in both the top lane and the bot lane. Actually, the bot lane advantage is growing into something we're more used to seeing from Yutori and Dara, but they are going to start needing to do a little bit more with it, I think, as they start to transition into the dragon taking phase of the game. This first one is an air drake, not the most crucial of dragons for this team, but it is definitely something you want to keep off of Neo.
Yes, completely agree. And RPG has a pretty solid. I talked about this earlier. They have a pretty solid, sort of siege composition. This game, they have good poke in Yutori and Dara, and they have kill pressure. With a burst of Talia. If you get caught in a Talia W, you can easily be bursted 100-0. And so what I'd like to see them do is prioritize this Cloud Drake so you can move quickly around the map and take those turrets. We'll see if that's the option that they decide to take, though.
I hate Camille. Just going to throw that out there. Camille is just like a champion. We see here there's almost nothing that can stop this. Does get the stun onto Neo. I'm not sure that's really what he wants to do as the Ragnarok starts to come through. There's not going to be a whole lot. He's going to flash over the wall with the ultimatum. Here comes Optimum around the back, flashing around the side, giving him the tongue.
Oh, man. That's rough for Evie. Had no vision, by the way. Blind stun onto...
yeah, absolutely. Enti's being pushed into a spot he doesn't want to be. Does unfortunately miss the cocoon, so he'll be able to walk out fine. But Enti doesn't have his flash anymore. I'm not sure what caused that, but we are going to be in a very good spot for Yutori and Dara to potentially all in. Oh, they don't have any ultimates down in bot lane on any of them. That probably has something to do with it, I'd imagine. But here we go. RPG is going to start up this dragon. Tussle and Ramone should be able to do this pretty well. There's a lot of damage between those two characters, and with Dara showing up with a % health damage off of his passive, easily secured for them. And we do have an Infernal coming up next. That's going to be big in this game, whoever picks that one up.
Completely agree with you. Now, Yutori, they're doing an all right job, but as you say, not able quite yet to push their lead into a turret take, and that's something that they'd really like to see. They want to free up this Varus to be able to take turrets, and they haven't been able to quite extend it to that point yet. Meanwhile, in the top lane, still going pretty even. Evie not quite at the item threshold that he needs to be to really duel and take down this Opperman. Here comes a gank, though.
Good escape. And this is part of... here comes the Ghost coming out from Neo. Misses the first Undertow and is going to back off because of it. Not able to get that slow. But this should be a lot of damage, if not taking of this turret by Unsold Stuff. But it'll be difficult. Ramune is looking for an ultimate down towards the bottom lane, it looks like. As Evie tries to defend this turret, this could be very dangerous for him. The turret is going low as a new wave pops up. And that is going to be the first turret take for Unsold Stuff. Taking it in front of Rampage's bot lane, which could potentially be really big, as that does finally give them a gold lead.
Speaking of Camille and Japan, Camille very much reminds me of Attack on Titan. And I feel like this is important. We're just watching her move with
there comes the ultimatum.
Seeker.
Even that CC, does that even apply to Olaf? It does look like it does. Does miss the cocoon, but here we go. Here comes Tussle. Does Optiman coming in with the Devour. Talia wants nothing to do with that. It looks like they're going to finally pick it up onto him, and the stun comes down, but look at that gray health and the knockback coming out of Talia, and that is going to finally pick up the second kill, a double kill, going over Tussle's Elise.
Yeah, and, even though they do pick up the double, you can see the power and sort of the obnoxiousness of Tahm Kench once again. It took 4 people running up to the top lane at least 10 seconds to make that play happen. And because of that, USG able to really put down a ton of pressure in this bottom lane and get at least half or more of this bottom turret.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's big. There's still a disadvantage in the bot lane for Unsold Stuff, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon. But, reducing the disadvantage is very big, especially as we start to move into, times as more objectives start popping up on the bottom side of the map. Rampage does not end up taking the top lane turret for Unsold Stuff, so they don't have that gold in their pocket yet, and only technically have a gold lead for their team right now.
Yeah. Sort of interested to see as this game develops, where they want to place their players later on in this game. Like, does Rampage look for the 4-1, or would they rather group as 5 and try to fight USG on top of each other? Does USG want to have Neo split push against Camille, a champion that he can likely duel in the mid to late game?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of decisions to be made in the next couple minutes that are going to influence the rest of the game to a huge degree.
This is the first time that we haven't seen either team come into the mid game with a sizable lead. So it'll be really interesting to see how these two teams play when they're in a pretty even spot. For the most part, a neutral, as we shall say, right? But they're starting to look for a little bit of lead. A lot of damage going on to Tussle. The ultimate coming out of Zyra. The repel is going to keep him safe a little bit. Ooh, well done getting himself out of that ultimate. But Evie is going to commit the teleport. I'm not convinced that was necessarily the correct play, but he's down here now. They're going to have to see if they can do something with it. But Talia and Ramanu's Talia in the mid lane needs to be careful now that Opperman and Reminder here. Scatter the Weak could potentially do a lot. Oh, can we call that a Skara word?
Pretty much, yeah. Rip Skara. Gone but not forgotten in NA's hearts.
Alright, but there we go. Yutori and Dara are going to try and finally push down this bot lane turret. It's been low for quite a while now. And with a 50 CS lead, Opperman is looking for them to keep pushing. That was weird. Did he cancel that? Can you do that?
You can't. I know that you can cancel the ultimate. I don't remember. I don't remember if apparently it doesn't go on cooldown.
Yeah.
But I know that you can start Abyssal Voyage and then cancel it, which is what he must have done.
Man, there's so many things I'm just learning about these champions right now. Did you know that whatever the Ice Queen Talia is has a dog in her recall animation?
I did not.
There was a dog there.
That's pretty great. I'm into that.
You have to get that skin now.
Probably.
But
I
here we
still
go.
think that they should give volunteer commentary Primetime Draven for free. Just saying. Rito, please.
Please. But yeah, here we go. Tussle and Dara moving around in Unsold Stuff's jungle, trying to get wards down, if nothing else, for the Infernal Dragon that is going to be spawning in about 15 seconds here. Finding any picks here would be massive for the rest of this game, especially as this Infernal Dragon will be really big on characters like Talia and Varus, who will do a lot with that little bit of extra combat stats that it does provide. Uh-oh, Ramen is in a bit of a sketchy spot now that he's used that with Opperman on the other side. But he'll be okay.
Yeah.
Evi's both the top laners are in a position where they can just come very quickly down to this dragon. And I'd be surprised if this dragon managed to live to the 20-minute mark, as we're already seeing so many players starting to play around the spot.
So one thing that I want to talk
Here we
about.
go. Neo's going into the Righteous Glory, getting a lot of damage onto Tussle. He does manage to use the repel, not quite getting out yet. He does manage to dodge the Scatter of the Weak, but Dara and Tussle are on the wrong side. Evi's coming around on Opperman on the opposite side. Ooh, Unleash Power onto Ramen is going to take a lot of his health away. But you're still...
Nobody dies.
Nobody dies. This is exactly like we've seen before. Yutori's in a great spot, but they don't see him yet. The snare from NT is not going to be enough, but Evi and Tussle are going to start up the dragon while the rest of the fighting is going on. The other team should see that's going on, but Dara's going to move around, getting a lot of extra damage. Right here comes Neo. He doesn't have that Ragnarok available. It looks like they're going to try and get in, but the dragon's resetting. Oh, this is a 50-50,
Oh,
and
no.
it does go over to Neo. The Talia is going to come in with the ultimate, trying to separate things a little bit, but Tussle is going to get out, get a lot of damage onto Hereti, but it's going to be in exchange for NT. And that dragon reset was huge as Neo was able to come in and finalize that. We'll trade kills and pick up a turret in exchange, but that Infernal Drake is going to make huge dividends when we start moving later into the game.
Yeah, especially with champions like Olaf and Syndra that really want to, get on a single character and then burst them down in a short amount of time. Here, let's watch that again. So Tussle gets stuck in this really awkward position where he has to try and fight for the dragon. Now he's just gone with 3 members of USG. Talia not really able to split the fight as they would like, a little bit too far away. I believe that she backed while the rest of the team was attempting to do dragon. And that sort of gave USG the way to sort of sneak in and take the Infernal.
Yeah, and that was a little bit poor positioning on Rampage's part. As we saw after they picked up NT, they weren't in a position to really do anything further, even though Unsold Stuff was potentially in a spot where they could have lost several members and paid much more dearly for the Infernal Drake, but they traded support for jungler, and that's a trade they'll make anytime as long as they can get a little bit ahead out of it. Gold lead is still in favor of Rampage, but it's again only technically a gold lead right now as they start to look around towards this top side, pick up the outer turret, as well as potentially a Baron if the opportunity ever arises.
Yeah. One thing that I want to talk about, sort of telegraphing the strategies that RPG is going to look towards, is you look at Yutori Mayasi's build.
Neo's going in with the Righteous Glory, getting the slow onto both Dara and Tussle. Dara has no flash, and he does end up going down. But there's Opperman eating up Neo once again. He's super low. Evi in the middle of the enemy team, using that Tiamat to great advantage. He's still alive as the rest of the team goes up, but it's going to be difficult. That is the first shot picking him up. That's a 1 for 3 in favor of Unsold Stuff.
Yeah, at first I was, apprehensive of this Olaf pick, but Neo is really making it work. Just finding opportunities to just go ham and really take advantages. USG also, in general, I think roaming together as a 4 or 5 man squad a lot better than RPG.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about it a little bit. Game 1, Neo did not do a whole lot, but ever since then, Neo has been very impressive on both the Lee Sin, the Vi, and now the Olaf. He's been really able to put the rest of his team on his back and just run into the enemy team and show them who's boss. But right now, Yutori is building up a massive advantage. 235 to 149 CS at 22 minutes. He's very rapidly approaching the flame horizon of being 100 CS up above your lane opponent.
Yeah, I do want to talk a little bit about his build though, because it telegraphs what RPG is looking to do in this game. Yutori is building sort of a tank buster build where he gets the Blade of the Rune King to get extra magic damage on auto attacks, coupled with the Rune End's Hurricane, so we can split that magic damage across.
Abby's caught up by the snare, does not get hit by Jin's W and is not snared up once again. That could have very easily been his life. Let's get out.
Whew. All right. But anyways, back to Yutori's build. He wants to prevent he wants to get a 5-on-5 fight where he can just auto attack Neo and Opperman as much as possible and burn them down with his percent-based damage. He's not building a more poke-based build, which is what I maybe would have expected out of him, where they would do a split push scenario. This Rampage team is all about just straight up brawling.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one thing that's nice about Varus is he does have that versatility and options for builds, whereas many ADCs do one thing and just about only one thing. But Varus with the percent damage on his W as well as the percent damage coming out of the Blade of the Rune, getting his fantastic auto attack speed buffs from his passive, will get a lot of damage down onto some tanks very quickly. I won't say if, but I should say when they choose to dive onto him.
That's very true. With a Abyssal Voyage. Ooh. No Elise. Cocoon gonna land on the NT. Has to feel pretty good about that. Now we're
looking.
He is looking. Lurking around. Sneaking for an Abyssal Voyage. Does have that, I believe, a pink ward near that tri-bush so that he's not going to get spotted out before he makes it happen.
There he goes. He's not looking anymore. He's already in there. Dara is in a very bad spot. He does have his flash, does use it, commits it to get out. But Opperman's very tanky toad. Once again, not going to be able to do a whole lot. Evie goes in. They use ultimatum to NT, but Opperman's once again going to pick him up, doing so much damage as the gray health comes out. NT does finally go down, but it's not going to be traded back. Evie is in a position. One more undertow will do it. Does pick it up on a Neo, and that is going to be a 1-for-1 trade when all is said and done.
Yeah, bit of a
might make it one more. No, not yet.
No, not quite in a position to land the 4th Jin shot, so we'll walk away unharmed. Yeah, bit of an awkward fight. I definitely think USG had the right idea in opting to engage that fight. But they weren't able to secure a kill until it was too late, and they ended up paying up NT in response.
Yeah, and here we go. Tussle, Ramane, and Dara once again 3-manning this dragon very quickly. It is going to be a mountain dragon for them this time, so they'll be able to do consecutive dragons and barons much more quickly. But we are starting to get into important item breakpoints. Once again, we haven't seen a recent buy from a lot of these players, but Evie does have that Triforce now, working towards the Titanic Hydra in the top lane to make up for the massive tankiness and a little bit of his own. But just like we were talking about before with the items telegraphing what they're talking about, the difference between Titanic Hydra and Ravenous Hydra, it might seem pretty small, but the difference is really played out in how you actually want to play it, because the Titanic Hydra is so much better for team fighting. You'll just jump in and you'll stay alive so much longer with the extra health that it provides, as well as getting the massive damage coming out off of the procs from the active part of the Titanic Hydra, and he's definitely building towards doing that as well. And so we see 2 players for sure building towards team fighting. That's Yutori and Evie. So they clearly want to team fight, but they haven't been able to find it. They haven't been able to force it. And this is where the lack of having the Tom Kench that we've talked about so much is really starting to play into different things.
Yeah. It's interesting to me that after being such a dominant pick and ban in the first couple games of the series, it somehow made its way through phase into this game. Um, it clearly was an important priority for both teams, but for whatever reason, it just slipped through the cracks. And Opperman is using it to great effect in this game.
Yeah, I wonder how much of an oversight that was on Rampage. Did they think that Unsold Stuff had another priority pick they wanted to go for? Also, that's like the 6th or 7th pink ward that's been put down in that river bush on the top side.
Yeah, popular.
It's hopping. But
Yeah.
but yeah, I wonder what that was entertaining watching the little spiderlings go opposite directions. But
Yeah.
I wonder what Rampage was thinking Unsold Stuff was going to first pick, because normally you don't leave that kind of pick up.
Ooh.
Misses. But
Okay.
you don't leave that kind of priority pick up unless you think the other team will pick something else.
Yeah. I could see a scenario where Rampage says, "Okay, USG just had this, really solid game where they played all these pick champions. Clearly, that's what they're going to want to do in this next game. So we're gonna leave this guy open, and then we'll sneak Tom Kenshin and sort of counter the pick potential. Not, in fact, what was going to happen this game. And now USG starting up on the Baron with the blue buff,
Yeah,
helping them out.
They're going to take a lot of damage from that. We already saw how quickly Neo's Olaf was taken down by that Baron. I don't think they're in a position to two-man that, especially since the Mountain Drake did go over to Rampage instead.
Yeah. I do like, thus far, Neo's build choice, opting for the Righteous Glory. Not an item you see much all that often anymore, but definitely a very potent option for Olaf. Just he wants to charge in and whack some people with some hammers. Or axes, excuse me. It's been a long, long morning.
Yeah, it is 4:34 here in Seattle, Washington, as we're watching this game. Thank you to anyone who is still up watching with us. I know for especially East Coast people, it's even later. It's, I believe, probably 6 or 7 in the morning at this point. But we're going through, and this could potentially be our last game, but I know I'm rooting for a game 5, but Zenzen definitely doesn't want it to be.
I don't know. I'm all right with a game 5 if we see some quality League of Legends. Right now, both teams seem to be sort of struggling to find what they want to do. As you said, talking about advantage states, both teams sort of sitting in neutral here, not really able to find.
Here we go, Abyssal Voyage. Abyssal Voyage.
Yeah, that sucked. In the words of Kobe, that TP sucked. Not quite able to cut off a member of RPG like maybe Opperman was hoping for.
Yeah.
Will just sort of resort back into this mid game lull.
Yeah,
it's difficult.
Ramena's turn does not. I guess that was slightly better. Oh, lots of damage going down onto Enti. Tussle does manage to pick him up, and that's going to be a big engage here as Evie goes down onto Heredia on the backside. Gonna burst him down with the Hextech Ultimatum, but it turns out you can nom one of your teammates out of that. There are ways to get out of it, it appears, and Evie's going to be taken low. There's no way left for him to get out. He does have his flash available, but here comes Neo onto Dara. Dara does go down. Ramune is on the wrong side. Tussle's very low as well. And then when all is said and done, that is a 2 for 2. But with position towards the objectives a little bit for Unsold Stuff, they're going to set up with the vision here. It looks like they might actually start the Baron. I'd be very surprised. I'd be very aggressive if they did. And they choose not to. And with the Dragon spawning in about 10 seconds, potentially not what they wanted to do.
Yeah. I really like that play out of RPG, although I feel we're sort of surprised by, using the Weaver's Wall to cut off USG so they would be unable to defend the turret. And then I felt like they were kind of caught off guard by the fact that they...
Woo! Flash.
Good flash by Ramune keeps him alive. Anyways, I felt like they were caught off guard by the fact that they actually had kill pressure on someone. They didn't expect Ramune to land the combo, and it sort of changed their plan, and eventually didn't really work out with them. USG was able to come back and trade 2 kills. They did still secure the turret, which is good for them. Might be able to roam a little bit more around the map with that mid lane open. We'll have to see if they're able to transition that into anywhere else.
Yeah, and with the next Cloud Dragon up, this is potentially a big fight. We do see the Guardian Angel finished onto Neo, so he'll be able to run at you just as fast, but live a little bit longer, and potentially come back to life, just like in the real Ragnarok, as all the heroes of yore come back to fight one final battle. Stun onto Tussle. Here comes the Jhin ultimate opening up. That is a bursted spider.
This is the part where if this were a solo queue game, you would see the missing ping over where Tussle's body went as she just gets obliterated by USG. Now looking to make a play onto the Baron without a...
Anti doing a lot of damage. Hextech Ultimatum does take him down very quickly, but Ramene's in their bad spot as Neo jumps in, taking a lot of damage, picks up 1, picks up 2. Evi's on the backside, does pick up another one onto the Jhin, but that's going to be a 3 for 2 so far, as Utori is going to have to run away a little bit. The Abyssal Voyage is available, as Olaf is just chilling there in Tahm Kench's belly. Utori could potentially turn a fight very quickly if he dodges the Scatter of the Week from Remind. But it looks like they're pinging. It looks like he's going to do the dragon by himself. Make sure he gets that warbit. Let's take a look at this fight one more time.
Yeah, so here we see a good idea to try and stop Baron. However, they overcommit. Evi gets a fantastic ultimate, absolutely deletes one member of Blue Team. And then afterwards, Blue Team sort of responds by pushing forward with Evi sort of caught out from the rest of his team. However, they're able to pick up 2 kills onto Dara as well as Ramune just with the power of that Olaf pick.
Yeah, absolutely.
All in all, an even show of both team comps really skill.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does end up going, I'd say, overall in Rampage's favor. They do have a slightly larger gold lead and did pick up the second Cloud Drake, keeping it off of Olaf. But Evi and Optiman eating him out of that little dash and stun. But so much damage able to be put on. The gray health is pretty low, and healing up a little bit, just a little bit more with that sweeping kick. It's going to be big. Cocoon misses right now. Now, one thing that's really interesting to me... here we go. Neo's going to run into Ramune, doing so much damage to him. And here comes the Abyssal Voyage. Ramene's not going to have anywhere to go. The cleanse is not used. But here comes Evi's ultimate, dashing over the wall, trying to find Hereti, but not able to do so quite yet, taking a lot of damage as they try and kite it out just a little bit more.
Yeah, easy pickup for Blue Team over on the Talia.
Scatter of the Week onto Evi. This could be another kill. Nope, jumps over the wall, and he's fine. Eats some oranges.
Camille, everybody. Really strong escape tool and engage tool with that hook shot ability. Yeah, at this point in the game, Red Team has to be really careful about where they position with their carries because they don't have the items that the carries need in order to survive an Olaf charging at them. Ramune would really like to, at some point, pick up a Zonya's Hourglass. It looks like at the moment they're looking...
the NT forces a flash. But yeah, Zonya's, very good pickup on Ramune.
Yeah, looks like she's looking to complete the Void Staff first, which I also think is an excellent. The likes of Tahm Kench and Olaf. But until Ramune has that item, and until...
Here we go. Remind is caught out in a very bad spot. Tussle's going to come around. Almost no way to miss the Cocoon, except for the flash. The Unleashed Power is going to do a lot of damage as they turn around. And here comes the Abyssal Voyage as from Opperman, trying to get someone getting a little bit of damage onto Ramune. Misses the second Scatter of the Week, and they'll be able to walk out just fine. Does Jhin commit ultimate? He does not. But one thing that's really
well played turnaround by Remind, have to say.
Absolutely. Very strong player for Unsold stuff. Remind and Neo just doing a whole lot in these games and really keeping their team in a very good spot for the rest of the series. But one thing that's really interesting to me is in the West, we see a lot of proto belts built onto Elise in the jungle, getting a little bit more damage and a little bit more mobility on that. But we haven't seen Tussle build that in any of his Elise games thus far. And I'm wondering if that's a change to the item or if it's just not something that Japan really values.
Well, I mean, I would note that Tussle has opted to build a more tanky Elise build than perhaps what you would see elsewhere. Um, really focusing on, being a CC bot, not as concerned as being like an assassin type character, being able to actually kill an AD carry by herself, which is something that you might see, um, another build towards. So there is that sort of stylistic difference. Outside of that, I could see an argument as well for just like Protobot being less strong than you would expect.
Uh-oh. That does not prevent that ward from seeing things, but Talia walling things off. Here comes a teleport in from Opperman, and the ultimate committed from Jin. Here comes Neo, gonna Ragnarok into the thing, but it is picked up this time by Tussle as they're starting to fight around. Dara's on the wrong side, and they're all in the pit. Dara has no flash. He's gonna go down very quickly. Evie jumps onto Enti, does trade supports very quickly, but Evie and Tussle are not in a position to continue fighting, but Yutori's going huge. That's a double kill so far. He's now putting on damage onto Opperman, and Opperman is the last member on his team left alive, and that is going to be the ace. That is a double kill so far for Yutori, but they aren't going back. Oh, there they go. They're getting a lot of damage onto Opperman. This could be the triple kill for Yutori. Not picking up one more snipe. Isn't going to do it as the gray health comes in. What a piece of crap. Here
Not
comes
a
Robin
fan.
with no health left on Opperman. This should be the last hit, and this is going to be a big lead coming out for Rampage as they do pick up not only the Baron, but now they're moving on to the first inhibitor of the game at 38 minutes, 39 minutes. This could actually be potentially be the game as they're pushing very far in. And look at that, they're already getting the first Nexus turret. The only person coming up right now is Enti in a couple of seconds. Neil's a couple of seconds afterwards.
Oh
With
man,
no ultimates, this could very
this is
easily
gonna be
it.
really close.
Yeah, and that is going to be the game as Yutori focuses down the Nexus. 39 minutes. We're going to even up the series 2-2. And look at that CS real quick. Varus versus Jin. 423 to 267. Yutori's
Wow.
back, ladies and gentlemen.
And we're going to a game 5.
Absolutely. And that was big. An absolutely explosive, decisive Baron shot call. Able to very quickly move around the Talia ultimate. Able to zone off all of Unsold stuff, so they're able to get it nearly uncontested. It was a little bit scary as Neo jumps in, tries to get the counter smite, but it works out, and they are able to quickly finish the game.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate the decisiveness of that Baron call. It looked a little bit sketchy there for a while, just because even with the Weaver's Wall, USG was able to find ways to get into the pit, but they're able to clinch it out. I felt like USG in that last team fight didn't focus their targets very well. For a really long time, they had all 5 members of Rampage stuck in the pit, but for some reason weren't able to find any kills.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that I had stopped paying attention to Yutori's position because I had assumed that he would be dead in that fight. But then, it reminds me of Chawi back from the SEA region, just constantly auto-attacking, keeping himself alive on Varus, a very signature champion for Chawi, just keeping himself alive, auto-attacking over and over, getting the percentage health down from his W and the Blade of the Rune King, and slowly grinding down those tanks. Meanwhile, Evie and Tussle on the backside just cleaned up Enti and Hereti, doing massive damage to the backline and just able to clean it up from there.
Yeah, completely agree with you. Well, I mean, both teams have sort of evolved over the course of the series. They pushed themselves to their limits. I'm excited to see what's going to come out of this game 3. With everything on the line, the winner moves on to the finals of the LJL Championship. Rampage versus Unsold Stuff Gaming. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. More of the action in just a bit.
Alright, welcome back everyone. This is once again Josh Joushi Howard. Unfortunately, I have lost my co-caster. It is pulling up to 5 a.m. here in Seattle, and Zenzen Nelson is going to be retiring for the night. So it's just going to be me and my lovely voice as we get through the rest of the night. Of course, we are joined here by Eyes and Revel, the Japanese casters from the LJL, but we are moving into game number 5 in this best of 5 series between Unsold Stuff and Rampage, and it's going to be a fantastic last game. We've seen a very interesting series as these two teams have evolved as they move forward with the series. So far, it has been Rampage taking the first game, Unsold Stuff taking games 2 and 3, and Rampage evening up the series in game 4 as we move into it. Every game so far, or rather, the first 3 games have been pretty dominant by one team or the other. Rampage, particularly on the back of Yutori Moyashi, getting a lot of damage put out, getting a lot of CS advantages in the bot lane, being such a strong player in the Japanese scene, just getting so much there and being able to transition it into the final decisive team fights. So far, he has had a fantastic games on Lucian in games 1 and 2, even though they lost game 2, and now having a really strong game on the Varus in game 4. His Caitlyn in game 3 was not as impressive. He was not able to generate the lead that he is so used to getting throughout the rest of the series, but he is doing a very good job for himself, really helping put the rest of his team on his back. Yutori and Dara doing such a fantastic job in keeping them, ahead. And here we go, getting into game 5, and once again, Ivan banned first every single game by Rampage. It is clearly something Tussle does not play, and Neo has to, with such a strong target ban against that champion. We're likely to see a lot more target bans once again towards Rampage's bot lane, as Yutori and Dara being so dominant on that Lulu and that Lucian. We're likely going to see another ADC banned against Rampage in just a moment. And, not to talk badly about the rest of the team, Ramune, Tussle, and Evie have been doing good jobs. Ramene's been doing very well on the Syndra in every game. We're going to see a Lucian ban here is going to be my guess, but Ramene's Syndra has been doing solidly. Tussle has had a very solid game. We don't see the Lucian ban, so we're very likely to see that first picked once again by Rampage in order to hand over to Yutori, because he's been so aggressive, but they know. So Rampage has to think about that, whether or not they really want to commit that pick and what other things they could potentially pick up for their own team as they move through. But it is the Tahm Kench ban. Tahm Kench has been such a pivotal champion in this series between these two teams, being played so far 3 times and banned in the 4th game and now the 5th game. But Tahm Kench top lane traded between Evie and Apamed, doing a lot of work, being able to use that Abyssal Voyage to get wherever you want. And there we go, the Camille. We're likely to see something like Syndra or Ahri coming out right here for Remind in the mid lane, being able to do a whole lot of really solid work in order to get that go button onto the rest of the team. Camille presses R, the Hextech Ultimatum, doing a lot of work separating out the team and, really able to focus down on one character. But instead, it looks like we're going to see a Karma picked up for NT in the bot lane. He had a successful game with it. I believe it was game 3, if I remember correctly, where they did quite well, but it's doing a good job. So we're seeing very comfortable champions being picked up for Rampage right now. They start with Yutori with the Lucian. Tussle picks up his Elise, which he has played, I believe, 3 or 4 times in this series, including this game. We're likely to see something very similar, like right here. Oh, that is not what we expected to see. That's probably going to go over to Evie having a good first game on that one. No, he played Tahm Kench in that first game. But still, solid picks for them. Lucian, Elise, and Nautilus. A very solid team comp, has a lot of things they can do. They could be a potentially very strong team fighting team comp, as well as a very strong pick team comp. And we'll have to see exactly how they round it out. I would be a little bit surprised if they didn't end up picking up the Syndra for Ramune at some point, but it could be picked away here in just a moment. Alright, we're going to see the next round of bans, and just as my co-caster was saying earlier in the day, the second round of bans is often targeted at the people who have not picked yet. So we have the ADC, the jungle, and the top laner picked up for Rampage. So we're likely to see the support and the mid laner banned out by Unsold Stuff. And on the reverse side, the top and bot lane have been picked up for Unsold Stuff. So RPG is going to ban out the jungler in the mid lane, and there's the Vi targeting Neo. They don't want to give the double go button over to Unsold Stuff once again. We saw how dominant that was in Game 3. They were able to rapidly push through and just take away everything Tori Moyashi knew and loved. There's the Rumble ban going towards Evi again. I'd be surprised, but that is the power of the flex pick that Nautilus is, being able to be played both in the top lane and in the bottom lane at the same time. Just like the Tom Kench has been historically, and why we've seen a lot of singed bans going towards Oppaman. But the Camille, by picking it first and putting it on Oppaman makes it look, or by being picked by Oppaman, makes it look like it's going top lane, but that could easily be a support and a mid lane Karma. This is something that is not unusual in many other scenes, and with the Arya band, they definitely think it seems to be going towards a support Karma, which is quite likely, but they do end up picking up the Lee Sin right there. Neo's had some great games on Lee Sin. Game 1 was not impressive, but Game 2 and Game... was it 3? No, he had a very impressive game on Lee Sin Game 2, played Vi Game 3, and then had a good game on Olaf in Game 4. So right now he's going back to Lee Sin. He's had one mediocre game and one strong game, so we'll have to see which Neo does come out this one. They do pick up Ramune Syndra, and that's a champion he's been very proficient at. As said so many times before, half of his games in the regular season has been on that singular champion. It is definitely his iconic champion and something he's very comfortable playing as we move forward. But Dara was picking up Janna. Now, this is not a champion he has played against Unsold Stuff previously in the season, and in fact has relatively little play on that champion. But Zyra doesn't necessarily fit the rest of the team comp particularly well. Malzahar is banned away, Thresh is banned away, and Karma's already been picked, so his most played champions are not available to him. So he's going to instead pick up this Janna and help keep Yutori Moyashi alive as much as possible, as well as potentially give him a little bit of a damage advantage down in the bot lane. Excuse me. He does also going to be taking that exhaust right there, simply because of the Katarina on the other side. Now, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but with the exhaust nerf that they had fairly recently, where it does not reduce the attack speed anymore of different champions, many supports are opting not to pick that up anymore, simply because it does not do as much work in the bottom lane, and are instead much more effective when you are able to ignite your opposing laner and potentially create a larger kill pressure rather than simply reducing the kill pressure of your opponent. But that doesn't necessarily apply to champions like Katarina or Camille, who are going to try and want to get onto your ADC anyway. They're going to come in, and you'll be able to exhaust them fairly easily. So that is going to be picked up by Dara as we move here into game number 5. Ugh. Solo casting is much more difficult if you're not familiar with it, but we're going to get through this. Hashtag RPG win or hashtag USG win. I'm sure they'll retweet you if you start tweeting at LJL. It's going to be big. We got a big game coming up right now. This is the final deciding game between these two teams. The winner is going to go play in the LJL finals this Friday starting at 1 a.m. So, Thursday night, Friday morning against Detonation Focus Me, the team that has been the most dominant team in the Japanese esports history in League of Legends. They've been absolutely dominant. They have won the last 4 splits of the LJL scene: Spring Summer 2015, Spring Summer 2016, and they topped the regular season this split as well in Spring 2017. And if they can do it one more time, it'll be fantastic. And they're already waiting in finals for her, whichever one of these teams does come out on top. We don't see anything particularly interesting. Ezreal, by her ready, is picking up a Doran's Blade, something we don't necessarily see, and a longsword picked up by reminds Katarina in the mid lane. Not something I'm used to seeing anyway. I'd have to see how that plays out. It does allow you to get a couple more potions than Doran's Ring would, and the mana doesn't do you any good on Katarina anyway. But one of the things we often see Katarina's do historically has been pick up a Doran Shield to reduce the auto attack damage that is coming out from your opponent. And it's not the worst idea to do in this lane, but Ramune does a little bit of auto attacking, but his Syndra not necessarily as much as you might think. And so picking up the longsword later to be built in a Hextech Gunblade will, put them a little bit ahead going forward. Tussel's going to start with this Raptors because it spawns just a little bit earlier, a little bit of help from his friends. He'll be just fine. Here we go, Neo and Tussle, as we said, both starting up at the Raptors. A lot of damage being taken, and this is just what happens when you do play as the jungle and try and take the Raptors. But here we go, all the Thunderlords coming out. There are 5 Thunderlords, it's only half, and that's even with all the balance changes to all of the other keystones. It's very strong, but it's definitely not overwhelming as it used to be. Now it's, it's still a very strong keystone, but we see things like Fervor, we see things like Warlords. There's a lot of damage going on to Ramune, and that's, the couple auto attacks coming out from Ramune onto Remind are the reason why you would pick up that Dorn's Shield, for instance, in many cases, and the extra health regen that they're picking up. Goes in, misses the Q from Ramune. Good movement by Remind, able to stay alive a little bit, but that wave is starting to push in towards him, pulling Katarina into positions that they don't necessarily want to be as they start to move around the rest of this map. Ooh, good damage going out from Evie onto Oppaman. Man, it's 5 a.m. I'm starting to cast by myself. This is going to be a lot of talking just by myself, so we'll have a little bit of fun with this. But we're starting to move around a little bit more once again. Neo on the bottom side, and Tussle also moving towards the bottom side. The scuttle pressure from Neo, picking that up very quickly at the very start of the game, giving his bot lane a little bit more safety from Tussle's ganks, and instead starting to move in, potentially looking for a counter jungle or even a kill onto Tussle. They don't know quite where he is right now, but they have a good idea now that they're starting to move around and not seeing him on any of his camps. But Neo, the one, is starting to look. That's a couple of big spells used for Ramune. Good Scatter of the Weak is going to save him from any potential pressure. It's not safe for Neo to go in by himself against a Syndra, even in that situation. Excuse me. Here comes Neo finding Tussle. Cocoon lands, a lot of damage going on to Lee Sin, but he's going to be fine. He's going to safeguard over the wall. Is he going to follow? He chooses not to. The Repel's not going to be committed into that, not knowing quite where Israel was at the time, but knowing that he was moving up. Instead, he's going to come in, soak a little bit of this farm for his mid laner. I'm sure his mid laner is very happy that that farm is going to be sticking around for just a little bit longer for him to pick that up. But up top lane, we do see Evie and Oppaman. Tussle does find Remind. That is a lot of damage. The Ignite is put down. Tussle should be able to walk away from this just fine, and he does, but after committing his flash. But there's a lot of damage going on here in this bottom lane. Perhaps this has been the answer all along. Both of the games that Utori has not been able to find an advantage has been against Heretia's Ezreal. Both as the Caitlyn and now on the Lucian, they're having a little bit more trouble finding that farm advantage or just finding the advantage, but the Karma is also doing a lot of work, putting a lot of damage onto that opposing ADC and able to really shove in the lane. The next thing we're going to have to see is whether or not Utori is given so much side farm, so much extra farm that he normally wouldn't get as that ADC, because Rampage's strategies have historically revolved a lot around the power of the ADC. And there we go, a little bit of aggression coming in. That shield from Dara is doing a lot of work, preventing a lot of return damage from Heredia, but they're already in a little bit of a damage disadvantage right now, simply due to how much damage NT's Karma does do in this game, simply from having great base damages on all of her abilities, having access to her ultimate at level 1. But Piercing Light coming out, doing some pretty good damage to all the other players in this game. And we're looking at a gank right now. Evie and Tussle looking towards the top lane, choosing to back away. Flash forward from NT, getting the snare. Not finalized on Dara, who does flash out, but it is potentially going to be this first dragon, as Neo is starting to solo it. I don't believe they know where Tussle is, which could be potentially dangerous. He might need a little bit of help, but there is a lot He's going very low, and this Ocean Dragon during the laning phase is very impactful. Does manage to pick it up uncontested. That should be really good for unsold stuff in order to really start pressuring this bot lane even further due to the damage that slow mitigation of the sustain that it provides. Otherwise, this game is looking pretty much even. No particular advantages in any specific lane, although Katarina, good stun by Tussle, picking up Opperman, preventing any further aggression coming out there. But Ramuna is keeping Mind a little bit down. Oops. Orb not quite hitting as intended, but it's going to be okay. Tussle's flash is going to be coming up in a couple minutes, but in the meantime, it's going to be very dangerous as Neo is going to find out Dara here, choosing not to go in on him. That's a lot of potential damage, but this is a potentially really big sandwich. A lot of damage going down onto Tussle. There's no flash left on that spider. Uses the repel to get out, but is not going to be able to get out entirely. That is first blood going over to Enti's Karma. And as we all know, that's where we always want to put our kills, right, guys? But in the meantime, they're going to start moving around. There's no real objectives to take, but so that's just going to be some first blood gold heading over to Unsold stuff. And that's going to be, very helpful as they start moving to the bottom lane. They already had a bit of a lead in terms of damage, and now that we're fighting over his, here comes Rame not landing the Scatter of the Week, and that is going to be enough to save that red buff for Tussle's revival. Woo! A lot of damage coming out from that Sheen procs off of Hardy's Ezreal. That's his second one, is taking Yutori down to half health by itself. And this could be very explosive, missing the inner flame, but it's going to be alright as they start to move around. He's building towards that Blade of the Ruin King, so he does have a bit of lifesteal. A lot of damage coming out from Hereti and Enti as they just are poking down Yutori's Lucian. But the rest of the map is fairly stable as we look at everything. Jeez, there's just so much damage going down onto Yutori. He's going to have to be very careful, especially now that Remind is able to move around a little bit freer. Not seen by that ward. Woo! Tussle throwing out the stun, a little bit blind. He doesn't know where Remind is, but does know that he's somewhere on the bottom half of the map. And it's very impressive watching competitive levels of play simply because of that. Here comes Ramune. Does flash and manages to get out, but that Dragon's Rage could have very easily turned into a kill. So good awareness on Ramune and not letting that surprise gank by Neo actually take him out. But again, Hereti's Ezreal is able to put a lot of pressure down onto Yutori. I'm not sure if it's Hereti's skill with Ezreal or if it's just an unsurety from Yutorian team, because they have not been able to put as much pressure onto this team at all. Instead, just slowly waiting for things to happen. But here we go. Evie is not seen by Opperman. He's moving around here. Tussle is coming up. This could be really big. Does get that up, but what a champion, guys. Camille's just going to use that hook shot to get away, not even having to commit the flash to escape. But you know who did commit a flash to escape? That's Ramune, and that's going to be something that's going to be really dangerous, especially coming up in the next couple of minutes, due to the fact that Lee Sin is going to have Dragon's Rage up. He, in fact, already does, long before Ramune has his flash available, and is going to just continue pressuring that mid lane, hopefully getting Remind a little bit, a better position as we start to move forward. Is starting to move into the jungle once again, knowing that the red buff is a very common crossing point for Tussle as he moves between the Rays and the Krugs on the bottom half of the map. But there we go, some aggression coming out of Yutori. That's what we're used to seeing, just getting pushed back a little bit as Karma throws out that Q, does a good bit of damage, but nullified almost entirely by the shields. Items start to become available. There goes the cocoon onto Neo. A lot of damage knocked up once again by Janna. Calling tries to come out, not getting a whole lot of damage across, doing some damage to Enti, but taking a lot back. And that's a lot of damage coming out from Hereti's Ezreal just from having the Sheen. And just knowing that there's no way for Yutori to trade back against him while he's using that ability, while using the colon. it's going to be able to put him in a fantastic position. Now he's going to have to try and lifesteal back up before this next dragon spawns in a minute, or actually likely going back to pick up the rest of the Blade of the Ruined King in order to be able to really fight for this dragon as Rampage's team comp really starts to come online with the mid-game Nautilus picking up a lot of items. Blade of the Ruined King onto the Lucian, a much earlier power spike than Ezreal's Triforce or Manamune, as well as Syndra's Unleashed Power doing immense damage at this point of the game, hitting a lot of damage from getting those, max rank Q, but not necessarily having any MR that he has to shred through. And there we are once again, picking up a Negatron cloak right there. Evi's found out by Neo doing a lot of damage, and look at the damage Neo does right here. Using the Death Charge, not hitting the Scatter of the Weak, that's going to be big. Remind is going in with the Blade Flurry, but it's going to be enough. They did end up picking up Neo, but Remind's in a very bad spot. Man, it's hard to talk. It's late at night. Opperman's looking for Tussle right now. Dara does commit the Monsoon in order to get his jungler out of there safely, but that does leave Utori on the other side of the map alone against two people, pushed in a little bit, but not having a significant disadvantage due to the fact that NT was looking to support the rest of his team. But Dara's coming back on the bottom lane, doing a lot to really help the rest of his team. Ooh, that's a lot. And that inner flame not visible due to some kind of visual bug, and Utori ended up standing in it simply because it didn't look like he knew where the boundaries were. Here we go, let's take a look at that fight again. Evi's getting caught out by Neo, thinks that he's caught out the Lee Sin, but it's not. The Scatter of the Weak does not manage to pick him up, and because of that, with no CC left between Evi and Ramana, Remind is free to move in. The Dragon's Rage over the wall is very good, but the flash forward by Remind is going to be enough. The Sonic Wave ends up getting a final kill, but it's going to be very interesting as we start moving around here. All the gap closers and dashes between these three champions is fantastic as they move around to try and maneuver and focus different targets. And right now, as the 3-0 kill lead is going in favor of Unsold Stuff, we're looking at a very dangerous position as we start to move towards this first Mountain Dragon of the game. And Ramune potentially in a bad spot. His flash is still not up yet, but Neo's Dragon's Rage has been up and been used multiple times now as we start to move into the 14-15 minute mark. And as we do that, let's take another quick look at what's going on. We've seen this movie before. Evie and Neo are finding each other. Evie's gonna knock out this pink ward. Good job on him, but this Mountain Dragon's still alive. Now if it survives to the 20-minute mark, I'll be very surprised because we're in a very dangerous spot right now. It's a slight gold lead for Unsold Stuff, about a little more than 1,000 gold lead, which is not irrelevant at this point in the game. It does mean you're hitting item spikes just a little bit earlier, but it's mostly on just one or two champions, and right now it looks like it's going to be on the Lee Sin. And at this point in the game, Lee Sin is a very strong champion due to his really high base damages and ability to move around super quickly before people have built up a lot of resistances or have built up more damage. He's able to power through with his base stats very quickly, and with the Hex Drinker up, he's going to be much more difficult to be killed by Evie, Tussle, and Ramune. The Utori is not going to care about that too much. He's just going to pound him down with the piercing lights and the auto attacks. But right now we're in a spot Utori and Dara do not have an advantage like they're used to, and they do see Tussle as he's starting to move around this dragon, looking for any kind of advantage they can get before the dragon actually happens. They want to be able to pick something up, and there's a big power spike on Utori, getting a lot of damage off of that culling onto Hereti. Not as much as he may have liked, but it's definitely a situation which they do want to start pressuring for all of that damage. And we Remind getting some fancy feet going off with, Katarina, something Katarina has always been known for, although it's a little bit different now with the changes to the daggers. Utori taking a lot of damage, but putting a lot of it back. Now that he's finally hit that power spike of the Blade of the Ruined King, he's able to trade back a lot more effectively as Karma does start to fall off a little bit now that the Blade of the Ruined King is complete and all of the lifesteal is available. The poke does not matter as much. But here we go. Second dragon, Mountain Dragon, being picked up by Neo. They don't have vision on it due to the expiration of the Scuttler Crab. So there's going to be a second dragon going over to Unsold Stuff, uncontested, as they move around. And here we see Neo going and having so far a fantastic game on this Lee Sin, picking up both dragons by himself, as well as getting both 2 kills and a 3rd assist, really helping out the rest of his team. But he will need to transition it well for the rest of his team even further, due to the fact that Lee Sin is not a late game champion. He has his kick and he has his mobility and ability to potentially engage fights very effectively. Oops, scared of the weaknesses once again. But here we go. Yutori and Dara doing a lot of damage to NT down here in the bot lane. Without vision on Remind, it's going to be dangerous for them to come in. And here comes Nia running at them really fast with just those level 1 boots. Gets the Sonic Wave. Cute. Very cute. And Neo's Lee Sin, I believe that's just such a good way to describe his Lee Sin. He just does stuff like that all the time. He'll jump forward, bait out an ability or two, and then just dash backwards. You know, not really having a whole lot of effect, but being fun. Just doing little things just because he can. AMA Lee Sin main. But he is starting to fall behind a decent amount in farm, and in fact, that's one of the largest CS deficits in terms of the jungle we've seen this entire series. A 30 CS advantage by Tussle as he starts to move around the map, pick up all of those tiny Krugs moving around, and just starting to do a whole lot. NT and Neo do find this pink ward right here, and they're going to be able to pick that up as well, starting to get a lot more pressure onto the top half of the map in terms of the vision control that they have available to them. But we are going to be moving into some very dangerous territory. We saw last game, you know, how patient Rampage was, just waiting for the proper fight. They finally find the fight they want to find, they get the fight they want, and then they instantly end the game off of it. And this is something that we could very easily see them do once again. They're only behind about 500 gold, slowly shrinking that. Despite the fact that they're down 3 kills, they are able to start picking up, you know, a greater CS lead both in the jungle and in the top lane. Evie is slowly grinding it out across his opposing top laner in Oppamen. And if they can continue to slowly build those advantages, it will, or it should, culminate into a winning situation for this team. Here we go, Oppamen and Evie trading a lot, just finally getting through that W shield eventually, but with the true damage, it's a lot. And look at that, getting all the cooldowns down on Oppamen, getting a very good trade back with the corrupting potion and the auto attacks coming back on to Oppamen's Camille. But right now we're seeing an interesting situation. NT has the mobility boots, but hasn't necessarily converted that into a whole lot of pressure elsewhere on the map, just getting the 1 kill for themselves during the large team fight. No, that was when they called out Tussle. That's correct. But here we're seeing a very difficult spot. Oppamen getting caught up by Evie, going in, going very aggressive, but here comes the counter gank. Oppamen's getting torn down. Neo's going to have to run away. He uses the Dragon's Rage, but he's going to be in a very difficult spot trying to take down Tussle. There's no way for Remind to get there in time. That's going to be a second kill coming in. A double kill, actually, going over to Tussle. That's going to be very big, evening up the jungle pressure. And Ramune and Remind just fighting each other. Ramune doing a good job of preventing Remind from traveling up top, because you might get the turnaround from Remind, but you get the turnaround once again from Ramune, and that is going to be the first turret of the game going down, giving the bonus gold over to Tussle and Evie, giving them a 3,000 gold lead from what started as a 500 gold deficit. Here we go. Ramen and Remind. Bad spot. Getting some good damage on. Uh-oh. Scatter of the Weak is finally used, but it's going to be too late. Ramune is taken down as they blow the flash, but here comes Tussle getting the return kill onto Rewind. Uh-oh. Evie does manage to pick it up, giving an extra assist over it. Here comes NT and Oppamen doing a lot of damage to Evie. He's very tanky, but not that tanky yet. Tussle's going to come back, gets the stun onto Oppamen, and Evie's going to have to run away. Dara comes around, giving the shield over to Evie. Dredgeline misses, but this fight just keeps going on and on as he gets the stun down onto Neo. So much damage, they have so much CC, and they're doing a great job of trading who's on the front lines, and that is going to be it. It's going to be a 1-for-2 so far on in favor of Rampage as they start to move towards this mid lane. Yutori's got a lot of damage now. Dredgeline comes in, gets onto Neo, lots of damage coming in. Yutori gets the culling going across the entire enemy team. They're not going to finalize any kills, but they are going to get a lot of damage here onto this mid lane turret with Tussle and Evie quite low. I don't know if they'll be able to finish it, especially with the next dragon coming up. They're going to want to be in a position where they can contest it. But there we go. Yutori, Moyashi starting to come online, starting to build up that CS advantage over his opponent. But here, let's take a look at this replay again. No Scatter the Weak yet, waiting until he starts the ultimate, potentially a little bit late, but getting a lot of damage onto him anyway, allowing Remind and Evie to pick it up. Good awareness on that auto attack, not having to do a whole lot, and using this dredge line to escape, dodging the stun from Oppamen. Fantastic, and the Courage of the Colossus is going to be so much. Tussle gets a little bit of health back from the Honey Fruit, and Dara with the Flash Shield is going to be good enough to get the red buff kill onto Neo. Neo tries to get away with the exhaust, making sure he can't do a whole lot to help the rest of the team, and with his ultimate up, he potentially could have gone a little bit deeper, but not confident in doing so, and ends up letting those kills potentially slip away. Interesting pink ward placement, but with the dragon coming up, this could be potentially really big. Dara is moving around. This is the first time the RPG has been in a position to contest. Here comes the teleport out of Evie. They are going to try and want to find Neo, doing a little bit of damage, dashing forward once again by Yutori. That's kind of been the story of when he's been good. Drakeling lands onto NT. This could be good. Scatter the Weak across 3 members. NT and Neo going very low. Ramne trying to kill Remind, and there goes the Unleashed Power onto Remind and Neo, but Evie is tanky. He is very tanky. He's a very large undead person, but there we go. Evie getting a flash dredge line onto Heredi once again. That isn't Ezreal. He's very slippery. But on the back side, Yutori picks up not only the dragon, but Neo as well. That's a 2 for 0 plus the dragon. And it looks like RPG is pinging towards the Baron right now. It's only 23 minutes. They're not particularly tanky yet, so they could take a lot of damage. But with the opposing jungler dead, this is about as good of a time as any to start doing it. And with the Blade of the Ruin King on Yutori and the Mountain Drake they just picked up, and Enti goes down across the wall as the Scatter of the Weak and the Culling do manage to pick him up. That's going to be the uncontested Baron. Beautiful play coming out of Rampage, and they are in a fantastic spot to potentially crush down the rest of this game and take the series in Game 5. Tussle is starting to look towards the mid lane. They are pinging towards that mid lane turret. They do want to take that down, get a little bit more gold in their pockets before they do choose to back and then go do the same thing in the bot lane. The Baron Empowered Recalls means they should be safe to get out of here very quickly. And let's take a look one more time at that fight. We do see Yutori dashing forward before Evie going forward. He gets the dredge line onto Enti here, getting a weird little thing. Scatter the Weak comes across Oppamen and Neo, while Remind jumps onto Ramane, but the exhaust coming out is doing work, preventing so much damage from Remind, and does manage to pick that up. Meanwhile, Yutori does dash into the dragon pit, but he doesn't have any more dashes left. When this flash down, he was trying to pick up the dragon. That is more gold going over to Yutori Moyashi, who has been the star of Rampage throughout this series. But Remind and Neo looking for a little bit more damage onto Ramane in order to try and reduce the pressure coming out from that team. But they are going to trade that pressure onto Ramane in exchange for the bot lane turret, which, let's face it, was likely going to be going down anyway. And that is Yutori going big as they start to move forward. He is finally got a reasonable CS lead for the first time in this game, but not the first time in this series. By 30 to 40 minutes, we could very easily see that transition from a 20 CS lead to a 100 CS lead, as that's just the way that Yutori and Rampage play, dodging that out, and we still don't see Dredgeline misses, but we still don't see the Trinity Force completed yet for Heredi, so that could be very big and is a big part of why this game is going as it is. Yutori has an item, or 2.5 items complete to the item and a half just completed for Heredi, and this damage crushing down the turret with the Mountain Drake and the extra auto attacks from Lucian's passive is going to give them just that much more gold, sitting at nearly a 10,000 gold lead at this point at 25 minutes. But here we go. We're moving towards the mid lane. This could be dangerous. Dreadline misses, forcing the flash out of NT. Evie's going to move forward, taking up a little bit of damage. And that's going to be the second inner turret the RPG does manage to find this Baron, and with the wave already starting to move up towards the top lane, this could be all 3 inner turrets, which would be huge in terms of the gold as it transitions from one team to another. We had a small gold lead. Dredge lane lands onto Neo, getting a little bit of damage, but mostly just scaring the crap out of Unsold stuff. Neo's looking around the side, trying to find a good engage, gets cocooned up off on the side, not going to be able to do a whole lot. And now that they see that Rampage is starting to position towards the top half of this lane, making it that much harder for Neo to find a good engage. There he goes. He goes in, does not manage to find the kick. He's getting pushed out and finally brought down by Ramen as they fight. And nobody on Rampage is that low. They get 1, they get 2. And here we go. Heredy's got nowhere to run. He gets picked up. That's another one for Syndra. Here we go. Tussle's going to find Enti. Does manage to find the blast cone, misses the cocoon, and that's going to be a 3 for 1 as they start to move around the rest of the map. They are going to get this first inhibitor turret of the game, and at 27 minutes, this could very easily be the rest of the game as they start to move 5v3. Evie got the empowered recall and managed to come back, and now he has a guardian angel as well as his 2 defensive items. There's no Baron, but Opperman caught out by the Scatter of the Weak is going to get caught down. He was too weak, and this could be the very end of the game. Rampage is going to go up, and they are going to finalize this game as there's only NT left to defend, and this is going to be the champion, not the championship, but the semifinal game going over in favor of Rampage as they managed to crush down the game. There's such decisive shot calling after picking up that Baron. We saw what was just a slight lead for Unsold stuff, unchallenged by Rampage until they finally explodingly take down all of Unsold stuff, and there is nothing left for them to do. There is nothing left for them to unsell. And that is going to be the final game for Rampage. Congratulations to these guys. They've fought really hard. It's been a long game, or a long series, a full 5 games. It is 5:30 in the morning here in Seattle, so I won't be online too much longer. But absolutely massive. And for once in this series, that was not that large of a advantage by Yutori. He ended up not doing as much, and that was just well coordinated, solid team fighting coming out from Rampage, picking up a whole lot of stuff, getting some good picks onto NT towards the Baron, ensuring they could take it uncontested, picking that up, and then fantastic rotations around as they move from the bot lane to the mid lane to the top lane, finding a good engage from Evie with the dredge line, and then Neo came around. Unfortunately was not able to get the kick and was potentially an ill-advised attempt. But it's okay. They did a fantastic job. Neo overall from the series cannot be criticized too harshly due to how well he played in games 2, 3, and 4. But unfortunately, it was not enough. Yutori, Ramune, Dara, Tussle, and Evie are going to take on Detonation Focus Me, led by Yutapon and friends, in what will be the finals in the League of Legends Japan League this Friday, starting at 1 a.m., Thursday night, Friday morning. Of course, it's going to be a fantastic series, I'm sure. But here we go. It's going to be a fun night. Once again, 3-2 in favor of Rampage over Unsold stuff. Thank you for watching, everyone. Here we're going to go through the handshakes. Unfortunately, my Japanese is not good enough to really understand what they will be talking about during the post-game interviews and all that fun stuff. But as soon as we pop up the replays, we'll go over that a little bit, and then I will be signing off for the night. But yeah, it's been a great series. Once again, Yutori carrying at least 2 of the games. Ramune, Tussle, Evie doing very solidly, but this series has really been the story of Yutori and Neo in these games. Neo going absolutely massive on the Lee Sin, absolutely massive on the Vi. His flash Vi Q play to ultimate was fantastic. But here we go. Let's take a look at this last fight. Neo attempts to go in, takes a decent chunk of his health while the Baron minions are starting to hit down onto this cannon, but he'll try one more time, and it's not going to be enough. Here we go. We'll see him go in. He tries to get the flash, get onto Yutori. He does use it, but he kicks him into the wall. Great awareness by Yutori. And then with the first member already dead, the Dredge line picks up Katarina. Unsold stuff is routed. There's nothing left for them to do. They need to be able to get as many people out alive. They do get Entia alive for now. Oh, they just get him out alive. And then with Evie's teleport back, he'll just come back at full health with a Guardian Angel, a little bit more items, and there's not a whole lot that can be done. The Scatter of the Week comes out. It's a good stun onto Opament, absolutely cementing the game from what was already a very likely victory into a guaranteed victory, and that was absolutely fantastic. And it was a very well fought team fight by RPG. Yutori managing to not die definitely saved them the game, but that cocoon at the end, just the icing on the cake. It was very well played by everyone in the series. And I really enjoyed casting it. Once again, this has been Josh with Joushi Howard. Unfortunately, I don't have my co-caster Zenzen Nelson at this point, but thank you for watching, and we're signing out. Good night.
シーズン通して豊村選手は中心プレイヤーとしてダメージを出すというところでしっかりと仕事を果たしていましたし、タス選手はもちろん4ゲーム目までしっかりとジャングルのところでネオ選手を潰したりだとかスノーボールさせる動きできていたんですが、やはりゲーム5のトップでのカウンターガンクが本当に大きかったですから、ワンプレーによって3000ゴールドまでぐっと広がりましたからね。
さあそしてゲーム5のドラフトのリザルトです。
どうでしょう、ジャンナとカタリナの差ですかね。
まあそうですよね。
ジャンナという新しいチャンピオンを出せたランページと1試合目のところで成功しなかったカタリナをゲーム5で出さざるを得なかった USG の一つ準備のところでの差なのかなと。
そしてあとはなんて言うんでしょうね、 BO5 に慣れているこのドラフトの番の仕方というのもあるでしょうかね。
やはりゲーム1ゲーム2といったところは準備した番が行えるんですが、ゲーム3からできなくなる、より柔軟な考えが必要になってくる中でランページの方がそこでは上回って、やはり経験の面では上回っていたというところだと思いますね。
スレッシュタムケンチをここでバンして、さらにはバイトアーリーって続きましたから、
かなり怖い番だったと思います。バイトアリを潰すというのは定石の番というところでまずバイは外れてますからね。そんな中でもしっかりとバンしたことによって、ラムネ選手の安定したレーディングを作り出すことができましたからね。
さあこれで、アンソールドスタッフゲーミングはスプリングスプリットでの、ファイナルへの道は閉ざされたわけですが、いろんな方々にね、このファイナルで戦うステージを見てほしいという思いで臨んできたわけですけれども、ランページの方が思いとしては一つ上だったと、
そういう形になりますね。精神力の勝負のところで上回った結果だと思いますね。
ちなみになんですけど、このランページなんですが、ゲーミングハウスエピソードランページだけちょっと紹介できていないので、この機会に紹介したいと思うんですけれども、日課でですね、全員で何か一つのことをやることを日課にしているんだよっていうのをちょっとお聞きしてですね、散歩であったり、あとサッカーであったり、カードゲームとか、他のいろいろな、何かボードゲームだとかそういったこともやってるらしいと。
レクリエーションを通じて団結力を高めているということですよね。
それがチーム力につながっているのかなというのは思いますよね。
最後までチームとしてぶれなかったというところありますよね。
そして目標、これを大きく言ってるんですよね。2年以内に世界大会へ進出しますと。
2年以内と言わず、この LJL で優勝すれば世界大会 MS への挑戦と